Here's you, the crybaby.
This is show you.
Pinky swear, we promise.
Brothers always stay together.
But no matter how far it flies, it always returns.
Below the Great Wall lies my...
I'll bet my honor on this fight.
Going down, and Charlotte takes down Clue as well, but Charlotte now falls to beat them. In terms of DPS, damage to Falcon looking pretty low. CC immunity did not help anything because A7, but Nicholas coming through with a triple.
Farewell.
Potentially a quadruple.
I am one with my reflection.
But Nicholas, can we get the first penta of the group stages within Season 1 Invitational? It's not a good. Minion all coming down, but Diochan is here as well. Engage from the Taker! Man knocked him down as well. But lost his hit there, taking down Leon and Lupin down. We get 037, Moon down, Bobnet down, still down. 100 kills, but full chaos throughout the 4 days. That is huge. A huge advantage for this team and a huge.
every single one. But can Mawad change the outcome of this fight? A second out provided by the Korea. Wawa is absolutely shredding them a new one.
Come on.
And they will be able to get this to power in the thing as well.
Still gets eliminated by Dayo-chan there, and Wawa returns the favor.
There is always only one truth.
Then it goes down as well, but it is Lady Sun picking up kill. The kill for Wawa, and they wipe everyone but Leah.
This game for the top mark, and they are definitely doing that right now, moving down the bottom tier to power and getting a kill on Uchizuki as well. Some people expect, oh, knockback coming from the lab. Lots of lives moving out, and that is exactly what the doctor ordered you.
I heard there's a mermaid in this area.
Out of 10 Navinians, 11 would tell you that they've heard the mermaid singing.
I wouldn't mind hearing it too.
Are you ready?
Ragnar is trying to go in to pick up the kill. Zumbin takes down one.
He's still alive. And he's so much buggy. Going straight for the back line.
An overwhelming victory!
I'm sending all of you fools home.
They stay far away from the mid lane. Because that is the amazing engage once again. Huge potential.
Eastern Region's Chamber of Commerce sale. Take a look.
This one. Or this one. Ow!
What a dumbass.
A fluorescent stone!
You're no good at this.
I've been noticed! Time to fight!
Hey! What are you doing?
It's just you and me! You give that back!
That's a pair for me.
Again? Your turn.
Come back and fight! It's the kid who stole the ship! Get him! He's over there! So you're not with them? Ladies first! Hey, wait up!
Where's that bomb I got from Mr. Hoopa? Got it! Hey, Nisha, firepower!
A bomb! Get them! Leave them to me! Get her too!
What a pain! Time to end this!
My senses can feel the suspense. Don't be tense, get out the fence. Strike them down with my body sequence. Let me just take a back out of all of their tricks. Stand my opponent to the test, but I got finesse. And I feel the opposition, but it won't be for long. Let the story be written, we will riddle the wrongs. How did it get me so feeling better like this? My fate is hanging in the balance of the wind. Trouble's always knocking at my door like a songwriter. And that voice stronger.
Get away! You idiots! Get them! Yes, sir. Nice. Looks like the safest place turns out to be right under your enemy's nose.
Nope, I just got tired of running. The coast is clear now. Let's go. It's locked.
Ah!
This is why A7 are such a great team, and why the Brazilian teams are probably some of the most feared ones, because they have not only the most experience.
But the sustains
Next target.
from the little loop keeps them up and running, keeps them healthy or land. Goes the back line trying to burst someone down. They've been down a zero, and that's absolutely huge. And huge down, Xiao is for the damage leader to the side. Oh, then RX is able to just get top down.
And now the Vanguard coming through here with the Dragon as well, just to help the foot. Chaos going through. Lamb's going in true Lamb fashion, doing lots of damage like the assassin that he is. Getting it.
I won't let you do this!
You cannot prevent his arrival.
That's not good. The Mechanoid Giant. It's forming.
Hey, relax. I haven't been drinking. Ah.
The Arc Core!
He wills it. There's nothing you can do to stop it.
Dunshan!
Finish them.
All right, team. Let's show them how it's done. We've stopped Ming for now, but many others will try to get their hands on this power. This war isn't over yet.
We just might have a friend who can help.
Herkesin bildiği gibi Besiktas Esports ikonik bir takım. İstanbul'da gerçekleşecek olan bu etkinlik için dünyanın her yerinden gelecek takımlarla mücadele edeceğiz. Türkiye'nin zaferini bütün taraftarlarımıza göstereceğiz.
IV NRX olarak diğer ülkelerin takımlarıyla karşılaşmaktan çok memnunuz. İstanbul'da gerçekleşecek bu turnuva için çok hazırlandık. Kazanacağımıza inanıyoruz ve bunun için savaşacağız.
Besiktas Esports çok köklü geçmişe sahip bir takım. Bu turnuvaya katılacağımız için çok heyecanlıyız. Elimizden gelenin en iyisini yapıp bu armanın hakkını vereceğiz.
Biz Қазақстанамыз. Бәлкім сендер бізді танымайсыңдар, бірақ бұл маңызды емес. Себебі сендер біздің күшімізді көресіңдер.
Nós somos os campeões do Choque BR. Desta vez, vamos trazer o troféu de campeão de volta para o Brasil.
É possível falar da Alpha 7 e não pensar em uma equipe campeã. A gente vai surpreender nesse campeonato.
كل تحد فرصة للتقدم وسنتغلب على جميع التحديات لإظهار قوتنا.
لطالما كان فوز البطولة حلمنا، سنخوض في النضال في هذه المرة من أجله.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to the tournament that is the Honor of Kings Season 1 Invitational 2024 in Turkey, and we have made it all the way to the knockout stage. Today, once again, you have myself, Blam, and with me as always is Zero. How's it going, Zero?
That's right, Blam. We are all the way in the knockout stages right now, and all the players have been able to perform so far. Thanks to, of course, our sponsor, Infinix. The Infinix GT10 Pro is innate to be the most professional choice for gamers who are fighting for kings. All sensory game engine and high refresh rate immerse you in the purest gaming experience. And Blam, you know, we've had the group draw. Sorry, we have the knockout stages draw after the group stages, and we have our first round of the knockout stages. The matchups are already set, so we're gonna be having 2 best of 5s per day today and tomorrow to find out who will be moving on to the semifinals.
Absolutely, and these are the last matches that some of these teams will have within Season 1 Invitational, so everything is to play for, and especially cementing yourself into the semifinals, which we'll find out to the first 2 semifinalists today. And here is the bracket. So today, not only do we start off with a massive banger, it is A7 versus Besiktas Esports, which really shocked everybody within the call-outs of the knockout stages and who they were choosing. I think that one really stirred up a huge pot there. And then on to the next match of the day, which is NRX versus Stalwart Esports, another matchup we have not seen yet, and I'm very excited for that one. And then over to tomorrow, we have Foot Esports versus Twisted Minds, and then again, VKS, picking up Major Pride as their first opponent within the knockout stages. So a lot of varying degrees of talent within this knockout stage, and it's the best of 5s. This is where you prove yourself and have room to make errors in one round, but you can come back in the next.
Yeah, going back to, you know, the first matchup, Alpha 7 versus Besiktas Esports. Nobody expected Alpha 7, who was the top seed in Group B, to pick up the second best team from Group A. Everybody would be expecting, you know, Alpha 7 to go for the easy pickings, you know, go for the Major Pride or maybe IWNRX if they're feeling a bit more adventurous. But no, they went straight for whoever the highest ranking that they could go for, which is Besiktas Esports. And if you did not watch the draw, the funniest reactions are from the Besiktas Esports players when they realized that Alpha 7 decided to take them as the first round. And this is not how they envisioned their knockout stage journey to happen. They don't expect, you know, facing up against one of the favorites of the entire tournament in the first round itself. So definitely a surprise to all of us, and the next matchup is going to be extra spicy for sure.
Absolutely, but it's just true Alpha 7 fashion, it seems. They've absolutely dominated the group stages. Not a single round was dropped, and to be fair to them, I mean, to take out one of the strongest early doors is probably the best thing to do, and especially if they want to show their talent as well. And speaking of the talent on Alpha 7, here is the lineup. Once again, it is Selena as the support player. We have Omani as the farm lane. We have Suits in the mid lane. Benignus in the jungle, getting the only pentakill so far within the tournament. And then the macro master himself, Musta, in the Clash lane. And then obviously Coach Patila as well, which has been a great formation within the team. And then over to Besiktas Esports' lineup.
We've got Liz playing the Clash lane, Atix in the jungle, Rekna playing the mage role, E2JJ on the marksman, and Urian on the support with Kostra as their coach. And you know, Kostra will have his work cut out for him, because he's probably been doing his homework, his research on, you know, the other teams. You know, he was probably looking at teams like Stalwart Esports or Twisted Minds, or perhaps maybe Vivo Keystars, but instead they have to face up against the Goliaths in the first round. David definitely isn't feeling too happy about this first round matchup.
Absolutely. I mean, Besiktas Esports really personifying David within this matchup, because like you said correctly, Zero, that Alpha 7 is Goliath and has been Goliath since day one. So there's really a lot to play for here for Besiktas Esports. Even taking a round for Besiktas Esports would be amazing for them because they are still quite a new team within Honor of Kings to go against Alpha 7. That is definitely a established team, established roster and organization with not just only Honor of Kings, but in esports in general, especially within Brazil. So again, a huge team you're going against here. But just look at that KDA difference between Benignos and Atix. It's 8-0 to 3-1. There's a whole load of room there in between both of those KDAs, between just the jungles alone. And to be going against Benignos, that is the only jungler to get a pentakill yet within the Season 1 Invitational, is a little bit of a, it's a boogeyman.
Yeah, it could be just, the playstyle. Atix does play sometimes the more utility jungle. He played the Lamb, but he was mainly there for the crowd control, for the knockbacks, while Benignos has been the shining star on the side of Alpha 7. Like you said, he's the only one to get the pentakill. He's been playing Jing. He's been playing all these high flashy heroes that's able to get a lot of kills. Maybe that explains the stats a little bit on why, the KDA difference is that huge. Not to mention, they've also been stomping most of the teams as well. So you definitely have to take that into account.
Absolutely. I find it quite funny there that they put Suits onto the Angela pick behind his player card. Because we know that Suits did pick up Princess Frost quite a lot within day 4, but failing that, obviously Princess Frost being a hero that's had a huge ban rate, Angela would be the next best thing for Suits there, as we've seen him steal, get crucial thefts within the jungle as well onto the Tyrant, which has just been a huge upset for their opponents. So once again, I'm going to be really excited to see what Suits brings to this matchup here. I expect nothing less than a few crucial jungle steals, because I'm probably going to go out on a whim here and say that he is the player with the most crucial jungle steals there as well. So, and that's quite a record to have not only the first pentakill within Season 1 Invitational, but also to have the most crucial thefts within the jungle. But it is soon among us here with the ban draft, and so far on A7 we've got the Dachau once again, the little lady doesn't actually get into the ban there. Sorry, no, Dio-chan it is on A7 side, and then Maiso really focusing the Rekna's hero pool there, but then obviously it wouldn't be a ban draft within the first stage if the Dachau on the side of Besiktas Esports was taken out.
Absolutely. Also 7 does pick up the Byron as the first pick, which leaves Princess Frost, the second most contested hero in the tournament, available for Besiktas Esports to pick up. So I wonder if they're going to snap it up early. They've played it quite a bit as well, so they're definitely no strangers to that hero, especially towards the mid lane. Ooh. And it looks like, ooh, this is interesting. The Dolia will see the light of day in this round, will be picked up from the side of Besiktas Esports to go along with that Princess Frost. So double Princess Frost ultimates are going to be huge.
Absolutely, but this start off already it's kind of solidifying the kind of composition they're going for Besiktas Esports, because that's 2 heroes being selected. Neither of those are quite big engage heroes. Obviously, Dalia is great in terms of procting that second ultimate. Her ultimate is to give you another ultimate. So once again, the Oprah of ultimate givers. And then we have Princess Frost there as well. So Rekna on the Princess Frost for the isolation, zoning the enemy team. But so far on the side of Alpha 7, they've got a really sort of hard dive-in team comp going. They've got the likes of Byron, they've got Zhang Fei as well, who we know has got great team fight potential. And then Musashi on Benignos there, being able to solo knock up targets. But also, we've seen him steal crucial thefts within the jungle as well.
Yeah, that was something to behold in that specific scenario there. Not sure if it will happen this round, so we'll have to keep our eyes peeled on Benignos on that Musashi. So Menki Bang comes out from the side of Alpha 7, knowing that Besiktas Esports is lacking a jungle as well as a clash lane hero. So Lianpo is still in the pool for Besiktas Esports if they are looking for that, huge team fight potential with the Lianpo Princess Frost combination. For the jungle, the Kaiser is still left open if they want to go for that, or if they want something with a bit more crowd control. The Zilong, who has not been picked yet, could be possible. The Lamb is still in the pool as well, and has been rather highly picked in this tournament as well.
Yeah, we see the Angela banned towards the end there for Besiktas Esports, so we could potentially be seeing Suits pick up that Muzi pick that we know he has a soft spot for, as well as the Angela pick. So that is being left open. Again, another hero that has actually a quite high win rate coming towards the end of the group stages, and a preferable ban rate as well, like quite a high ban rate considering a lot of the ban rates have been pretty low with such a small sample size there. But we see the Kaiser getting picked out as well. So again, we're kind of looking for that tankier jungle. Maybe we got the Lamb is still on the case as well. So obviously the Lamb is quite a tanky jungle as well. Quite a utility, being able to make that playmaker potential as well. But the Renji coming through on the side of Besiktas Esports, so again, a little bit more control there. We're going to get that double stun, potential double stun from the likes of the Dolia giving up the ultimate. But we're actually going to see that Liz is going to lock in the Mulan, who we've seen perform very well on this hero.
And look at that from the side of Alpha 7. That's a Lady Zen, which I'm surprised have not been picked yet when you don't have the Princess Frost. She is one of those utility mages towards the mid lanes that can provide basically the same sort of utility as Princess Frost can. So this is the first time the Lady Zen will be present in the draft. Throughout the group stages, it hasn't even been picked up yet. So Alpha 7 will be the first to pick up that hero along with the Arlie as their marksman.
Absolutely, and there's the Lamb. So really filling out that team comp on the side of Besiktas Esports is Lamb and Mulan. So we don't really have much space for the typical assassin within the jungle, because there's not really many potential assassin jungles left open, with the likes of Jing being taken down in the band. Musashi's already gone as well. So having the Lamb is the next best thing for Besiktas Esports, and we've seen Atix perform very well on this hero. And then, like you say, the Lady Zen for the first time. We might even potentially get the hero that you've been wanting for quite some time in the farm lane, Zero. We could be getting the show you come through at some point, maybe. I'm praying for you. You keep talking about it. I'm praying for you. You've been talking about this hero since the group stage day one, and she is now finally arrived into the Gorge. So it's going to be really interesting to see how Suits plays this hero, because we haven't seen it being played yet in the competitive scene.
Yeah, for those who don't know, her skill set is very interesting. It's very similar to Princess Frost, but her crowd control relies on hitting hitting the same target multiple times with different skills. And the ultimate is very similar to Princess Frost's ultimate as well, which creates an area which you don't want to walk into, because it will root you and basically stun you on the spot. So Alpha 7 will have that strength to go up against the Princess Frost. But on the side of Besiktas Esports, they do have that Dolia for a second ultimate that she can give up to the Lamb, to the Princess Frost, or even the Direnje to provide more crowd control. So I definitely really like the drafts on both sides. They tick all the boxes in terms of team fights, macro crowd control, as well as just the late game potential. So it's up to whoever can execute better in game 1 of this best of 5 to see who will take the lead in this series.
Absolutely. For those new just joining the stream online, this is the format now. It's no longer those best of 3s. It's no longer those quick and easy stomps. It is now a best of 5. So we will be starting to see a few different changes within these team comps, and it's already starting to shine through now, like on the side of A7 here with Suits going for the Lady Zen. But also we have quite a few differences here. We see Dolia actually coming through a lot more now. Lamb's not being considered in the bans now also. So these hero pools are starting to open it up, because there's going to be more chances of these different team comps coming around and prevailing, hopefully, within these best of 5s. But so far, a little few clashes going on here. We've got Mulan being aided up in the clash lane by Lamb, as well as Zhongfei helping out Byron here. It's a little bit of a CC knock-up there from Muster onto Liz, and Liz walks away out of that one a little bit more bruised and battered than Muster so far. Again, this is going to be a really interesting 3-4 minutes. Is it going to be a slow one? Are we about to see the first blood? Oh, Besiktas Esports picking up first blood in the clash lane. already against Alpha 7. If that's not a mental hype for your team, I don't know what is.
Absolutely. They know that the Mulan does need help early on, and Byron might have just played a little bit too aggressively after spotting the Princess Frost was still towards the mid lane, but he's trying to get something back. Benigna's trying to get a kill on towards the Mulan, but Mulan already level 4, not the easiest target to go for, but still manages to get the kill anyway. Benigna's will get a great start getting that kill on towards the top lane. That is going to be Liz falling and having to come back from the base.
Yeah, I can see why Benignus rhymes with Jesus. He definitely performed some miracles there on some of these heroes throughout this tournament, and it's continuing there, like we said, with Mulan not being the easiest hero to take down, but with Musashi being level 7, having all those skills available now, it helped take down and repay that first blood. But Besiktas Esports, to pick up that first blood is going to give them that bonus gold. So again, not only mental hype, but bonus gold. So some really in-game influence there by Besiktas Esports so far.
Yeah, they're going to need everything they can get to be able to fight up against the Goliaths that is Alpha 7 here. And right now we see a 3-man rotation towards the bottom side. Lady Zen is there as well, pops the ultimate, but not really able to knock anyone down. Everybody is still pretty healthy on the side of Besiktas Esports, so the push towards the bottom side will be stalled on both ends. But we're going to have to wait for action to happen elsewhere.
Absolutely. There is a bit of a brew up here. It's almost getting into that 4th minute, so Tyrant is going to come through in about 50 seconds time, as well as the Overlord. Will we see there be a gunning for the Tyrant, or will we wait and see the true traditional Brazilian playstyle where they wait for the enhanced Overlord here? But Dolly get picked off, taking a lot of damage there, but is able to get out with her life. Another 1v1 going up in the clash lane. Liz going against Musta. Musta already looking very hot within that 1v1 already, and trading a few blows and gets that farm up as well. So once again, macro put into place here. Suit's looking pretty low, but Atix misses out. He's then back in with the ultimate from Lamb there, straight into the Suits. But now we have Musashi going in straight on, repaying that kill straight away. They call Benignus the taxman. They call him Jesus as well. He is definitely making sure his team's not falling behind in these kills.
Yeah, there was a nice sidestep there from Atix. Unfortunate that he could not escape after getting that kill. So he's going to have to just keep the kills even on both sides for now. The goal is pretty much neck and neck at the moment, but Besiktas Esports looks to take the first objective of the game on the Tyrants. The rotations are coming in. Lady Zen's ultimate is going to be lethal here, but it's not going to be effective to stop it because A2JJ will get the last hit on the Tyrant.
Yeah, I mean, as this game goes on, you can kind of see why Alpha 7 picked Besiktas Esports here, because so far they are giving up at least a decent match so far. And to have that going into the quarterfinals, I think, is a great thing to have because you don't want to get complacent. Definitely not in this stage of the tournament. Complacency will be the end of any of these teams right now. We saw a potential bit of a clash there between Muster and Liz in that clash lane side of the jungle there, but Ryan coming back in to help out U2JJ, try and push back Selena, and Omini getting frozen there.
Yeah, almost getting a kill on towards the Arlie, but unfortunately the Rhea was a bit late to refresh the second ultimate. And oh, is that the blue buff? Oh, the blue buff goes towards Zeus. He gets the last hit. So not a Shadow Overlord or Tyrant steal, but that is still pretty important for the Lamb, who does not have the blue buff right now. And back to your earlier point is that, you know, this is probably why Alpha 7 picks up Besiktas Esports as their first game, because there's not many teams that actually can go blow for blow against them in the tree pick. So they go for something that, you know, will keep them warmed up. And this looks like a very good choice, as bottom lane, the rotations coming in from the Princess Frost, not able to lock down Selena, and Selena will be able to escape with just half health left remaining. So some pressure will be coming on here from the side of Besiktas Esports. Lamb is going to rotate in. He's going to be crucial in this team fight.
Ooh. So we see Ali take down Princess Frost there. So Rekman goes bye-bye very early doors. But we see Benignus coming in from the mid lane there, taking out the Dolia. Down goes Ryan again. So There is no kill to be answered for there, but E2JJ not looking too hot under that turret when there's a 4-man dive. Double kill for Benignus there on the side of A7, putting them up to 5 kills between 2 as well, but already looking pretty hot himself. Benignus already 5.5k, so 1.5k ahead of Atix in the jungle, and is sitting at a very cushiony 4-0 KDA. Atix may get picked out there. Lady Shen coming through with that frozen ability there that really helps close down those heroes that try and escape from your teammates, just like the Lamb. Lamb has great potential to get out and into team fights, but there, that Lady Zen really helps just put them into place and then allow for your teammates to come and just take the kill.
Yeah, that's the strength of Lady Zen as well as Princess Frost. You know, you got these heroes that can lock down. Muster, nice flicker away to be able to get out of the Princess Frost ultimate. But the bottom lane pressure continues from the side of Alpha 7. With the siege creep, they should be able to get this tier 2 power really quickly. So Besiktas Esports will get the next best thing, which is the which is the Vanguard, to be able to alleviate some of the map pressure once they lose the bottom tier 2 power.
Yeah, what a trade there, though. I mean, Overlord for 2 turrets in that farm lane is pretty crucial, because now that leaves that Sage buff wide open for Benignus just to help himself to. And we know that this guy can get around. Muster getting the kill onto E2JJ, picking up that all-important mid-lane turret as well. It does go down. Suit, Selena, Muster, and Winey are all here. It's currently a 3-1 trade. Atix is trying his best to stay alive there. Just managed to escape ever so slightly, but then John Fay back of the queue there takes down Atix in the team fight. It is a wipeout for A7 there. Ace at the second tier turret in the mid lane. Well played by A7.
The aggressiveness from Alpha 7, you know, diving behind the tier 2s, getting those kills, puts them in a huge lead at the moment, and the Goliath looks like they will be striking first blood in the series, but it's not over yet. 11-3 is the kill score. Besiktas Esports, they are starting to get their core items up. They do have 2 items up already on the Princess Frost. The Diren Jia just completes another one of his items as well, so that's going to help him deal damage with the Spark Forge Dagger, which will allow him to deal a bit more magic damage, but mainly on the Musashi that seems to be a little bit too big right now for them to be able to keep up.
Absolutely, we see that Lady Zen picks up the Venomous Staff as well to try and counter Dolia's healing potential there within these team fights. I mean, so far it doesn't look like it's doing much of a utility or a given here for Besiktas Esports, because they are getting wiped out, but Atix coming back, taking down Suit, so down goes Lady Zen, so now they have their way out if they need it, but Atix is in a little bit too aggressive there. We see Selena pick up the kill, so support player Zhang Fei coming through, getting another kill onto Atix. Atix is just trying his hardest to be so aggressive to start these team fights, but with the likes of the Ali, they're able to get out of there with their ultimate as well, just switcheroo around the place, and Zhang Fei can push them away as well, so they may have the engage, but A7 have to disengage.
Yeah, Atix had to pay with his life after setting up a huge kill for the side of Besiktas Esports. So he isn't really growing in terms of network. He's just allowing his team to be able to get towards that mid to late game, as Besiktas Esports will try and get this Shadow Tyrant. Will they get it in time? He's dropping down very low. Will we see a steal? No, he will not. Atix will get it once again. E2JD dropping down very low. He might fall here, but Musashi will go for a kill on towards Uriah instead, and going for Ragnar once again. He has the flicker, but he will get locked up in the air and will probably fall to Benignus, who is giving chase, but Suits will decide to take that for himself anyways.
Yeah, that was a nice little disengaged counter from Suits, completely stopping Ragnar and then also putting him in a really hard predicament because he had Benignus right behind him. So do you walk forward into Suits or do you back up into Benignus? Either way, you do go down, and A7 being truly an aggressive team right now. We see that Besiktas takes the mid turret as well, and Almighty takes down E2JJ, so it's currently a 2-0 trade so far for Alpha 7. Princess Frost is now up, so potential zoning to come through into this team fight could happen here with Rekna, but as that's all going on, Byron is looking for that enhanced Overlord to aid these pushes and try and finish the game a little bit earlier than expected.
That is the strength of the Arlie, especially an Arlie with this much items. He's able to play aggressively, get the kill, and then get out, which really helps the side of Alpha 7 get numbers advantage. They will get the Shadow Vanguard and will be pushing up the top tier 3 power as well. That will fall. That leaves that only leaves BJK with only the last remaining 3 towers in their high ground. Alpha 7 has their eyes set on the top one.
Absolutely, they may have the higher ground, but they are pretty much at the door. The Lions are at the door. Alpha 7 are knocking with the Shadow Vanguard, with the Vanguard in that mid lane higher ground turret, as well as they're trying to pick up and do some poke damage onto the side of Besiktas Esports. Selena in there taking a little bit of damage, trying to clear this minion wave as they go for the mid lane higher ground turret. Does fall to Alpha 7 there. Nobody actually going down in terms of a kill, but we do see that Suits picks up the Splendor as well, so he's able to go in, do a bit of damage, just go invincible, and then come back into it. So again, some more disengage, re-engage potential on the side of Alpha 7 thanks to Splendor. If you are looking for a focus, which so far we've seen from the past few team fights that Besiktas Esports are looking to try and pick up Suits early on within these team fights, is probably the best time to go for at this current point in the match.
Yeah, Suits knows that as long as he stays alive, he's going to be able to provide so much value to his team, and with that item, he definitely will be able to, because there's not much nuke damage. The knockback coming from the Zhangfei is going to set them up. Byron goes straight in towards the backline, knocks up to Ragnar dropping low, and will fall as well. Along with E2JJ, that leaves only 3 members left alive. He's trying to do the best he can, but he will fall. Here comes the Lamb, and there goes the Lamb as well. That is going to be a full team ace, and this is Alpha 7 getting the first game of this best of 5 series.
That was just a beautiful flash knock up there from Muster to really quicken up the end of that game. Just flash, knock up, so much damage to the front line of Besiktas Esports, then just allowed the rest of A7. We saw Besiktas get a double kill. Selena was in there just pushing them back, putting on some real pressure onto the team. And as you can see already, Besiktas Esports already looking pretty sweaty after that first best of 5. It is only game 1 and things are definitely heating up right now.
Yeah, that was a good solid 8 minutes on both on the side of Besiktas Esports, able to go blow for blow. But once the mid-game set in, Alpha 7 was superior in every single way. They seem to be able to take every team fight, and with those going in their favor, they can do whatever they want in the map, and just started the snowball from that moment on. Alpha 7 looking very unstoppable right now. They look very fresh, they look poised, and the scoreline says it all. They only lost 4 members, with Suits dying twice, but Besiktas once again on a stellar performance on the Musashi. So did Almine on the Arlie, and Selena very underrated here, 2-0-13 on that Zhangfei.
Yeah, massive KDAs coming through there. A few no-death runs on the side of Alpha 7, but I would say that's there's no stranger to those strategies that we've been seeing within that matchup there. So we saw Besiktas Esports be able to get a few kills on the boards there. They managed to get first blood, which is pretty huge for the second seeded Turkish team to get the kill onto a Goliath first thing out the gate. But it's just where do they go from here? Because Alpha 7 just seems to be one of those teams and seem to be filled with all those players that just examine everything within that 4 minutes, and then they just sort of apply the pressure where they found the weak points onto the enemy team. And you really saw it play out throughout that entire match, because we saw those 3 kills get on the board by Besiktas Esports, and then all of a sudden it was like, where's your kills gone, bro? It just dissipated out of nowhere, because Alpha 7 knew what was happening.
Yeah, definitely. Alpha 7 seems like they have they know exactly when their team is stronger than their opponents, and they don't go in too early or too late. They don't allow their opponents to be able to get to their power spike, because when Alpha 7 reaches their power spike, it's just full on, heads on, fight you every time you can, take down every tower they can, and take the win from there. And with that, Besiktas Esports, despite them getting more map objectives, they got one Tyrant and one Shadow Tyrant and an Overlord. They weren't able to capitalize on those buffs as well as the map control, because Alpha 7 has already pushed out all the way towards the bottom side of the map, and it was just basically a tough game from Besiktas Esports from there on.
Yeah, we really see that it's a job well done by Besiktas Esports to get that many jungle objectives against Alpha 7, but then you start to ask yourself that question. It's like, was that part of the game plan? And the only person to put that game plan into motion is either the coach or, once again, picking up his 5th MVP within Season 1 Invitational. It is Besiktas picking up his 5th MVP. 905, damage dealt 22.5%, damage taken only 10%, and then acquiring 12.2k gold within the first game of the best of 5 against Besiktas Esports. But back onto my point there is that we see this quite a lot with the Brazilian teams. They're able to give up the Tyrants, the enhanced Tyrants, but then we see that the overall goal is going for that first Shadow Overlord. And we saw it towards the end there. It enabled them to pick up the mid lane high ground turret. And then from there, that really opened up the potential win after that aggression from Mustaf on the Byron as well. But great plays here. Those 4v1 turret dives, just so much aggression, not having to care about these turrets when you've got a hero like Zhang Fei on your team.
Yeah, definitely. They seem to know that, once the Zhang Fei has the ultimate and is ready to dive the tower, they definitely go all out, get the kill, and that just set up the entire tempo of the game. Musashi, after that point, was just unstoppable. He hasn't died a single time in this game. And to your point about giving up these early game objectives, they aren't really important if your opponent doesn't capitalize on those buffs as well as the vanguards. If you're just getting the objectives for the sake of getting the objectives, you're not going to be able to utilize it to the fullest. But look at what Alpha 7 does. Whenever they get something, there's always something else that follows it. They get the Vanguard, they get a tier 3 tower. They get the Shadow Tyrant, they take a team fight right after that. They know their power spikes, and they definitely show that why they are the strongest team in this tournament right now.
Absolutely. It is the law of equivalent exchange to get a little bit alchemist there on you. In order to take one thing, you must have another thing. An instant reaction straight away by Alpha 7, like you said perfectly there. They know if they're going to lose something, they're going to gain something else somewhere else on the map. And that's what really makes Alpha 7 such a great team within Honor of King scene as a whole, because this team has been to many tournaments. It's been to Chuck BR, it's been to KIC, and there we are on that global scene, seeing that global stage. You kind of see the picture forming here that Alpha 7 is really a dominant team within this whole scene so far. It's really interesting to see where this narrative goes from here and from this the game 1 out of best of 5, because we could really see some things change here for Besiktas Esports. We're not too sure what can be done in that draft, because targeting Besiktas is probably not the best point, because he's proved to everybody in this tournament that it doesn't matter what hero plays in the jungle, he just knows the jungle role down to the smallest detail.
Yeah, I think it all comes down to experience, and Alpha 7 has a chuck ton of experience playing Honor of Kings. They know that heroes are great if you can get the tier 0 ones, but there's always replacements for them. As long as you play the game plan, as long as you play according to your strengths, they will still have the advantage because they have the experience in Honor of Kings. For newer teams who hasn't been able to play at the highest level, they are lacking the experience. They haven't been brutally destroyed by any other team yet, except for now. So they will be reaching that point eventually where Alpha 7 is right now. But with the experience so far, probably only Vivo Keystars is a match for Alpha 7 in terms of experience.
In terms of experience, definitely, but in terms of the ferocity and the knowledge of the game, I'm very interested to see how FUT Chaos, if they ever get to that point, which we'll find out very soon after we get into the next game at the best of 5 after this short break. So we'll see you soon, guys.
I'll bet my honor on this fight.
Going down, and Charlotte takes down Clue as well, but Charlotte now falls to beat them. In terms of damage to the Falcon, pretty low. TC immunity did not help anything because but Ignis come through with a triple.
Farewell.
Potentially a quadruple.
I am one with my reflection.
With Ignis, can we get the first penta of the group stages within Season 1 Invitational? It's not a minions all coming down, but Diochan is here as well. Engage from the man knocked up there as well. But lost his hit there, taking down Leon and Lupin down. We get 037, Moon down, Bombnet down, still down. 100 kills for FUT Chaos throughout the 4 days. That is huge. A huge advantage for this team and a huge. Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Season 1 Invitational in Turkey 2024. For those that haven't time traveled to see this from the past or the future, I am Bulam, and with me as always throughout this entire of the Season 1 Invitational is Zero. How are you feeling going into Game 2, Zero?
I'm feeling like Alpha 7 wants to finish their work early and get home and get some rest, because they definitely seem like a cut and above. We thought that they would be able to, we thought that Besiktas Esports is able to give it a better fight against what Alpha 7 has in store, and they did for the first 4 minutes. And after that, it was just Alpha 7 all the way. So unless they are able to somehow stop the tempo and the aggression coming from Alpha 7, I think we'll be in for a quick 3-0 series.
Potentially, but Besiktas Esports could have something brewing here. But where it brews and where this all starts to formulate is definitely not the ban phase, because we've seen them. We've seen it many times on Alpha 7. You can ban out as many heroes as you want, but the likes of Benignus, Suits, Omani, all have varying hero pools, especially Benignus in the jungle. I mean, we've only really ever seen Omani on 2 ADCs. I believe it's like Dorenji and Ali. He's currently the only reason Ali is at 100% win rate in the tournament itself as well. So to be the player, predominantly the reason why Ali is at 100% win rate right now, 8 to 8 games, is incredible. And for this hero not to be banned more than she actually should be, especially when you've got such experienced players like Almani playing, the Ali is beyond me. I don't know where to start, whether it's a lack of knowledge of the hero, so people aren't thinking that the teams can pick the hero Ali, or it's just a little bit of like, oh, we need to ban other things first because we know that those are stronger, given less of a skill needed for that hero.
Yeah, but when you take into account you're playing against Alpha 7, ease of execution should not be a consideration when you come into the pick and ban phase, because they probably can play any hero that is available in the pool. It's just whether that hero fits into their playstyle and their game plan or not. So you cannot make your bans according to trying to find out which is his best hero, because I'm pretty sure for the players of Alpha 7, they've played 1,000 games on all the heroes in Honor of Kings right now. So you have to find the heroes that either elevates your opponent's game plan or disrupts yours. So you cannot be too tunnel visioned on banning out the best heroes.
Yeah, absolutely. But going into the ban phase, it is a all-female first part of the ban phase. Once again, Princess Frost, Do-chan, Dio-chan, and Jinga there, all getting hit with the ban hammer. But again, these heroes through and through throughout the group stages have been one of the higher banned heroes throughout it all. So the likes of the Chow is now 26 games banned. So 100% for this poor lady, just looking for a window of opportunity into a match. We see Kaiser being picked up there, but I don't know if that was it. So again, like you say, we can't really focus on anybody's single champion hero pool, to try and get the victory within this one. Like you say, it's all about how you maybe allow them to pick it, but how do you counter it in the match? I think that's probably the most important thing for either the coaches or the players to come across here.
Yeah, it's a tough thing to figure out. Tough thing to figure out on the fly, just because there's so much pressure when you're playing the game. So much pressure when you're in the series itself. So trying to come up with something on the fly is not going. I don't envy the minds who are being put into that scenario, just because when you're playing a best of 5 against one of the best teams in the tournament, and you're trying to figure out how to defeat them, this is not the ideal situation to be in, just because there's just not much time. You got 5 minutes, 10 minutes between the series to figure something out, and that is really not much time when you're facing possible elimination from the Season 1 Invitational.
Absolutely, but it then goes down to, I mean, if you look at A7's roster, you've got Benignus, Almani, and Selena that have all been within this org since last year in July, so before Chuck BR, before KIC, and the most recent ones to join it is Muster, which was this year, and Suits. And for those two players to only join in February, to now be into March and playing like such a great team is crazy. And not only that, if you look at the newest addition to the whole roster, which is their coach Patella, only joining in February, like literally 10 days before the actual tournament itself. So it really shows that there's multiple things going on within this team alone that really make it what it is right now, that dominant force within Season 1 Invitational.
Absolutely. It is just, the props to the coaching and scouting staff from the side of Alpha 7, being able to find these diamonds in the rough, these, unproven talent, and able to elevate them to where they are right now, has made them one of the powerhouses, definitely in the Brazilian scene, and looking like they are set to be a force to be reckoned with in the international scene as well for the Honor of Kings.
Absolutely, but we'll be getting underway soon to Game 2. But till then, I'm just trying to think, what has Besiktas Esports done previously throughout the tournament already that could really deliver them a win in this best of 5? Because even if they don't win the overall best of 5 and they get eliminated, I think having that sense of pride of being able to take a round from the Titans is probably a feat within itself, especially when you've got like really new players. Obviously, not too competitive scene as a whole, but new players like Regner on the team as well. So being able to have that newly formed roster, but then also being able to take a win off a very experienced roster, that's got to count for something for sense of pride, sense of accomplishment on the side of Besiktas Esports.
Hopefully they take it like a learning path. When you lose, you don't lose, right? Some people say you don't lose, either you win or you learn. And this is one of the best ways to improve yourself and your team as well, is that you need to play against the top teams in the world in high-stakes scenarios, because that is where you know your opponent is giving it all their best to be able to win. And that is when your team is going to be doing their best to try and win as well. And when you have both teams performing at 100%, that is when you are able to learn the most. So sure, we're not counting out Besiktas Esports yet. They can definitely surprise us in this series. But I think even if they do lose here for the Turkish team, they should not feel demotivated, because the journey is just beginning for them in Honor of Kings.
Absolutely. I mean, when you speak about teams playing some of the best, if you just look back over what Alpha 7 had to play against in the wildcard qualifiers of KIC 2023, you had the likes of Team Scars, Fluxo, who were the second seed within the Brazilian team, Brazilian region, but is now no longer part of Fluxo organization, but has been picked up by another organization. So I'm really looking forward to seeing them potentially in either a future Brazilian tournament or in the next Invitational. One team which absolutely dominated the wildcard qualifiers and is a great team through and through, also sharing something similar to Alpha 7, which is having a female coach and a very experienced female coach. Because I remember when they were speaking about this on the broadcast that this was somebody that was watching KPL as a student and managed to form a great thing for herself in terms of a business, self-employed, then sold it all to then become and form a team and be a coach, and really showing that they formed a fantastic team to then absolutely dominate within the wildcard qualifiers of KIC as well. And then you go on to teams like Hydra, Stalwart Esports. They managed to beat Stalwart Esports in the wildcard qualifiers. So let's see if that's a little bit foreshadowing. Obviously, a little bit of difference within the team comp there. You had TDT as well. You had the Malaysian Tigers also, Impunity, and the likes of Osiris and but Chaos as well, where they actually beat Chaos in the qualifiers, in the wildcard qualifiers of 2023. So again, these teams may meet in the finals, and we may have had it was only like a single round elimination, so no room for real error there. But seeing that's already taken place is going to be really interesting to see where both of these teams have grown since KIC 2023.
Yeah, that's a nice little backstory there. Just shedding light on all these up and coming teams in the Honor of Kings global scene. There's just so much that we have yet to see, because the global region is just starting to begin. I can't wait for the future of the Honor of Kings esports scene in a global scale, because that's when we get to see new stars shine. That's where we see new narratives being born. That's where we see new champions being born as well. And it all starts here in the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 1, because this is going to be where most people have their eyeballs set on as the first tournament of the global initiative.
Absolutely. I mean, again, it's even though it's just an invitational, so the teams are generally invited rather than qualified. But those that win this invitational one do go over to season invitational 2, season 2 invitational. See you, Susan. Season 2 invitational, which is technically like qualifying in a way, I guess. So hopefully we see, obviously throughout the year, that we see some more qualifiers come up, so that these invitationals are not just people or orgs are invited, but potential qualifiers from either little intermediate sort of tournaments that are going on. I know we have like the Ramadan Cup going on right now as well, within Honor of Kings, which I've been keeping a close eye on. It's been really interesting to keep watching it, but I don't want to cast or show too much and be overwhelmed when coming onto the season 1 invitational. You don't want to tie the lamp casting this one. Definitely not. This is where all the focus is, because this is where, like you say, all the narrative is driven here, and all the eyes are definitely on the stage and waiting for seeing who comes out on top of this season 1 invitational, because it's a start of something for one of these teams, and it's definitely getting your name out there, even making waves towards the KPL region.
Yeah, definitely looks like it, and it all starts here. Draft of game number 2 is underway, and looks like they will be banning all the female heroes, just repeating what the draft was before we had to restart here. And Besiktas Esports first picks up the Kaiser. It was banned in the second phase by Alpha 7 the last game, so they don't want to let that go in game number 2. But what they did let go here is the Doria being picked up here from Alpha 7.
Absolutely, and there's Coach Handsome in the crowd with Stalwart Esports that will be coming up next as well. But we did see towards the end of game 1 as well, we saw that Ruga from Foot Chaos actually dabbed up Alpha 7, say, well, congratulations on that first game, amazing sort of thing. So it's really nice to see that playermanship and sportsmanship come across with these players within Season 1 as well, making some friends along the way as well as enemies, which is just inevitable. But it makes for a great narrative anyway. But back onto the bans here. So we see that the Mulan gets banned on the side of Alpha 7 there because Besiktas Esports managing to pick up the first kill. In that one, I feel like the Mulan was probably one of the main conspirers between getting that first blood there. And then we see that Mai gets banned out again, so another one of Rekna's hero pools. But then also the Harley and the Fang gets banned because we saw Fang come through at one point and absolutely decimated when we got that butterfly pick on one of the games in one of the series. We honestly thought that was going to be on something great, but then Fang was picked as well, and clear to say Fang outshine the butterfly and grew his own wings within that one as well. But looking at Besiktas Esports, picking up the Muzi, keeping it away from Suits, keeping it away from Selena, and then picking up the Dorenji as well.
Yeah, I think they have a great idea here for the side of Besiktas Esports. They're banning all the mid-game marksmen and only allowing the late-game marksmen in the hands of Alpha 7. That is going to allow Besiktas Esports mid-game to be a lot better. But we get another new hero debut in the knockout stages. We have one of my favorite marksmen, Alicio, picked up there by Alpha 7.
Yeah, it's gonna be. We were speaking about this before the broadcast. Alessio getting his first skin as well, but also getting his first debut within Season 1 Invitational in Turkey. And we have a hovering of Boozy here. Hello, by Besiktas Esports. Is this gonna get locked in? Oh, it does get locked in as well. So two new heroes making their debut in Season 1 Invitational. It is Boozy without the Chow, but nonetheless, it is a new hero to be seen within the Gorge, and then Alessio as well. So, oh my, we're getting some big picks, some interesting picks in the knockout stages already. It is only game 2. Only game 2.
This is gonna be fun. We get to see 2 new heroes. You get to see Gun and More in the hands of Suits once again. And we get to see this very interesting matchup because Alicio is one of those marksmen that, you know, it's very hard to be locked down by the Fuzi. He can just throw his smoke screen, don't attack during that duration, and Fuzi's ultimate will be completely wasted unless there's enough AoE follow-up to go with that. So only the Angela is probably the best pairing with Liz to start roaming around, but I think Alicio is going to have a great game here on the side of Alpha 7. Not to mention, Doria will be able to work with both the Alicio as well as the Gun and More.
Yeah, having that Dolia is definitely going to help Alicio also reach great heights because you're going to have the ultimate of jumping up and laying out those rockets as well, those hone-in seeking rockets that can really finish off some great low health heroes and claim some really cool kills within this game. And for those watching at home, if you've never actually seen Alicio being played within a competitive scene, this is the first time. It's going to be really exciting because this hero is really great at coming up with a different, well, let's just say very flashy kills, because again, there's no other hero within this game that has a kit like Alicio.
Absolutely. One of my favorite heroes in the entire marksman pool. I've played him all the way, almost exclusively to the mythic role, so he is definitely a very strong hero towards the late game, which is what Besiktas Esports ban phase was designed to do. Force Alpha 7 to play at a later power spike, and hopefully they're able to take that mid-game advantage, because this is what their draft looks like, what their draft is designed to do right now. And it comes down to the execution from the side of Besiktas Esports. If they're able to execute the mid game as well as Alpha 7, or if they will allow Alpha 7 to reach the late game.
Yeah, I suppose that Alpha 7's main objective here is to make sure that Fuzi isn't going to lock down that winged, the little hawk himself, especially with that suppression ultimate, because even if you do manage to fly out into the sky with the Alessio here, Fuzi is going to lock you down and suppress you in a spot itself. So you're only going to have a little circle just to try and escape or try and survive from Fuzi or anybody else that is trying to aid this hero in the clash lane as well. So it's gonna be really interesting how that all rolls out within these team fights. But the Benignus picking up the monkey as well. We saw him play this hero already, and he played it very well. It was the first time we saw it on the day 4 of the group stages, and it's not long since we've seen it again, because it was banned last game. It's now back out in this game. But once you go for a more warrior-centric sort of hero in the clash lane, having the monkey is definitely being that tanky, giving a lot more of a team fight structure on the side of Alpha 7 as well.
Master gets caught out trying to go for the jungle creep. The setup was perfect from the side of the Besiktas Esports. They get the first blood on towards Master, which is going to create a lot of lane pressure towards the top lane. The Fuzi is going to reach level 5 before the Byron, and that is going to allow him to almost max out his second skill already, which allows him to reduce damage taken as well as increase the attack speed, becoming a very formidable laning force that Byron, despite being a strong early game lane bully, he does fall off towards the late game, and Fuzi being able to reduce the damage taken is going to allow him to take those trades very favorably.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see that Besiktas Esports have picked up the Fuzi now. It really opens up the possibility of other things to be happening within the knockout stage, because we're just two games in, and all these heroes are now coming out. And speaking of coming out, the Besiktas Esports are coming out in style and looking for that early kill pickup of number 2 for Besiktas Esports, already up 2-0. But you can already see how the difference of that tanky hero within the jungle really changes up the pace of Benignus's macro and play style.
Beautiful.
Once again, Rekna picking up another kill onto Alessio. Will Musta fall down and be a 4th kill here? No, Byron is doing a lot of damage onto Fuzi.
Yeah, that bottom setup kill was absolutely beautiful there by Rekna. Even though he missed the orb, he still went for the ultimate and just got Almin is stuck between a rock and a hard place. But something that Alpha 7 are doing very well despite losing out the early game is that they are getting something in return. They're losing these kills on the bottom lane, but they managed to take the Sage Golem buff away from the Kaiser, which will just neuter him a little bit in terms of his aggression. He has to wait for the next buff before he's able to play a little bit more aggressively, but he's not going to get that in time before the Overlords and Tyrants spawn.
Absolutely. A little bit of a different pace here. Oh, there we go. Just going to call it out. No kills for Alpha 7, but there we go. We see that Musta picks up the kill onto Rekna in the mid lane, and then Alpha 7 going back to that try and tested jungle play, picking up the Tyrant, first Tyrant of the match as well. So that's going to be some great damage and movement speed increase onto the side of Alpha 7. We're seeing a little bit of a rotation, a bit of a focus onto that clash bomb lane turret, whilst Benignus goes head-to-head with Atix in the jungle. A little bit of a backup there because they've managed to do a little bit of damage. So next time that they get a team fight that goes into their favor, they can just rotate back down there and look to just pick off that bomb lane turret. But Sage buff does get picked up by Ganmo, and again, the Sage buff is a very, very important buff for the junglers, because if you start to run out of your mana or your cooldown reduction is very much reliant on these heroes, you've got to recall, it then really slows down your tempo within this game.
Yeah, Kaiser, despite having that early few kills, is not been able to snowball out of control. But they're trying to get another objective, which is the Vanguard. They do manage to pick that up. Alpha 7 didn't really put too much caught into defending that, because they know that the early game ones aren't that important as long as they get to stabilize the lanes. That's why they're putting so much pressure in the bottom lane, trying to push it out as far as possible and reduce the impact that the Vanguards do have.
Absolutely, those Vanguards are now coming through those lanes on the side of Besiktas Esports. We didn't see them pick... actually, no, they picked up one Overlord throughout the last game, but now they're picking up very early on because they managed to get both of the jungle camps in the first game. Coming into game 2, they didn't quite pick up that Tyrant, but they have gone for the Overlord. Besiktas having a bit of a relevance in that mid lane, looking for a rotation though, as we see Selena, Suits, and Almighty there trying to push this farm lane. Orion looking pretty low, so Muzi is not able to go in there and suppress because he has the ultimate, but he's low in health. And then we see a turret takedown in the farm lane on the side of Alpha 7, so they may not get the first kill, but they got the first turret.
Alpha 7 so good in the macro plays. They were doing multiple things at once. Here we see Ragnar trying to get a kill to Selena. Not going to be that easy. The blue Sage Golem buff once again taken away from Atix. Benina steals that. And again, just really making sure that this Kaiser has not a great game. But Liz on the top lane, able to bring that power down, is going to help them quite a bit. But oh, they might get a kill onto Thalia as well. Selena way too fast, way too slippery for a mermaid though. And they will not be able to get that kill. So Besiktas Esports will look to get something else across the map. Looks like it is the Red Golem buff. Are they going to get it? Yes, they will. Selena not able to get the steal. Almine, ultimate refreshed. Is he going to go for some kills? No, he's not. He's just playing it safe for the moment. Liz, huge solo queue towards the bottom lane. That is exactly what Besiktas Esports need. They need a player to start taking over the game. And Liz is starting to reach that critical mass where he's just able to take these any fights 1 versus 1, and there's not much heroes they can do about it. Look at the net worth of Liz. He is quite a bit of hit against the Byron.
Absolutely. I mean, Dolia is slippery when wet. She can get out of there, but can Orion get out from that Elysio cannon? He is very low again, so Orion taking a lot of brunt from the enemy farm lane there, unfortunately for them, because obviously that is one of the key opponents of that engagement. Fuzi here locks down the Menki, but then comes through with a Ganamo straight onto E2JJ as well, picking up a second kill for Alpha 7. Not quite up there and taking the kill lead right now, but it's definitely within a grasp on the side of Alpha 7. We saw that Fuzi was trying to do a push down in the farm lane to replicate what he's done in the Clash lane, but it just did not happen after locking down the run hero on the side of A7. Looking to pick up another Sage buff from Atix as well, so again a real focus here, but Rekna picking up a kill onto the Alessio, so down goes a lot of that damage from Alpha 7. All they really need to do now is pick up that Ganon mode, and then they can do whatever they want. As long as they stay alive as a 5, they'd be fine in the next team fight if they can pick up Ganon mode.
Yeah, but Selena's proving too much of an issue for them to be able to dive through and get the kill. E2JJ though, not too hard. He tries to escape, does use the flicker, drops down very low. But Angela is there to back him up. The tower is still alive as well. So that is going to be nothing gained here from the side of Alpha 7. But on the side of Besiktas Esports, they do get the Shadow Tyrant.
Shadow Tyrant picked up by the side of Besiktas Esports there, and Fuzi does get that farm lane turret as well, so quite a big trade here, but we could potentially see a free takedown on the side of Alpha 7, but Fuzi is in there. We see a 1-1 trade so far, Orion for Besiktas, which is huge trade. Trade your support for the enemy jungle, who is currently 5 MVPs throughout this tournament, is a much better trade on the side of Besiktas Esports. The way I'm feeling right now, Besiktas Esports could really pick up a round here from Alpha 7.
Yeah, they are playing the mid game so beautifully. The only chink in their armor right now is that this Kaiser has not been very effective so far. Nothing of his own fault, just because that the Sage Golem buff has eluded him like a lottery ticket. He's not been able to win any of these so far. Maybe this is the one that he finally gets, but they will lose the Shadow Overlord in the meantime if they decide to commit to it.
Yeah, I mean, he's got A7 suits on there as well, known as the Crucial F Stealer. Pretty much very close to that Sage buff camp, but we still see Atix manage to pick up that Sage buff for himself. as well as Rekna having the red, as well as E2JJ getting the red buff as well. So quite a bit of damage output coming from the side of BJK so far. Shadow Tyrant is up. Musta's coming in there. Big ult from Musta there on fire, and we see Dolia coming through. Uzi is looking like he's already used his ultimate. They do get the Tyrant as well. Atix is on the run. Atix gets taken down by Little Hawk as well. He flies high and gets the kills. Shadow Vanguard is in the farm lane, just looking to defend with Boozy as well, but it's looking like a stacked up push here in the mid, in the farm lane. Down goes the mid lane turret as well. So again, huge real estate being opened up here by A7. Strategic strategy going on right now at that 11-minute mark.
Yeah, the map movement is absolutely perfect here from the side of Alpha 7. They play the mid game perfectly, but Igna's trying to man fight Liz on towards the bottom side. Menki a bit too tanky though with the constant shields. And Liz, despite how tanky he is, he's not able to take that 1v1 fight for the moment. He has to back off, and that allows Menki to just roll away in his little hamster ball, that beautiful, annoying little monster that he is.
Absolutely a nuisance within the jungle. Menki is. He's definitely named by nature. He's a monkey. He's cheeky. He's a nuisance. He can get out of there. He can really stop these 1v1s from Fuzi as well. So I feel like that's a little bit of a misplay from Liz. Focus in the Benignus on the monkey here is always going to alleviate that ultimate from Fuzi. And I feel like that's Benignus's gameplay there. But huge 3-man stun there from Fuzi. So well played to Uriah. We need to see a little bit more of that. But we need to have the instant engage from the likes of the getting Atix in there, getting Fuzi in there, but then also getting E2JJ from a distance, just dealing loads of damage. We see E2JJ going down to the farm lane, looking to stop this push in the farm lane as well, whilst all of A7 are just stacking together. They are a stacked team, stacked unit, looking to stay together. Musta looking on the run here. Does he have his flash? He doesn't exhaust it though. I thought he would have flashed in like we saw in that first game. Flash in, knock up, take down Rekna, but Rekna could then use that CC immunity from his ult. So I suppose that is the strategy he was going for, but they have to be careful. Atix and E2JJ putting a lot of pressure there on the farm lane, but it's also being reversed up into the clash lane on the side of East at A7.
Yep, the top lane is probably arguably more important for the Kaiser to pick up, but when a tower is a tower, they're trying to get a trade, they're trying to bring out a tier 3 tower. This might be a little bit too overzealous here from the side of BJK, but they get AQ onto his Benignus. All the creeps have fallen though. Byron is trying to cut the back lines, and this is where you need the nice rotations coming in. Almir does bring down Moses, so this means that they are open. They don't have much crowd control left. E2JJ trying to escape. Kaiser will be the sacrificial lamb to make sure the marksmen survive. But all things considered, looks like BJK has been able to stabilize the game towards the middle stages of this game and set themselves up for the late game against Alpha 7.
I have to admit though, it's beautifully played there by Musta, because we saw that Atix was trying to keep the Byron off of the Derenji, but then all of a sudden we saw Musta flash, go around to the side, try and knock the Derenji. Derenji having to use that Purify within his kit just to get out of there, and then also lose Atix to keep him alive. But we probably would argue, with Benignus going down already, having that ADC up is probably the best thing, but Rekna is going down. The ADC may not be alive for much longer. There we go. Musta claims that trophy kill that he was denied in that farm lane literally 2 minutes ago. So we have an approaching A7. The Trojan horse is looking to come through. Ganmo taking down the Muzi as well. Liz not looking too hot here. Uzi putting down the ult. Down goes the Uzi. Atix is the only one alive. Can somebody call the police or something? Get an ambulance, because it's Crystal takedown in game 2 once again for Alpha 7.
Alpha 7, that the monsters that they are, stabilized the mid game, which was terrible for them, and somehow got to the late game stage where this Alicio, the Alminate, just absolutely destroyed them with the damage that he could do. And Besiktas Esports, you know, they had a great start. They won every single lane for the most part. They took almost every single objective, but they just couldn't seem to be able to break through the team fights. Alpha 7 just played the map too well that it felt like Besiktas Esports was just under constant pressure to defend their towers, to play S5, and that just was really hard for them to be able to progress towards the late game.
Absolutely. It was actually a much better game there, to be honest, on the side of Besiktas Esports. I was really happy for that improvement game on game. So maybe we'll get an even bigger improvement on game 3 from Besiktas Esports, but currently not looking too hot in the overall score. It is 2-0 right now for Besiktas Esports. A lot riding on game 3 because this is the only way they can get a score on the board. If they don't get a score on the board, it is goodbye. Back to, Besiktas Esports is part of Turkey, so I can imagine it's not too far for them to travel within the knockout stages, but you don't want to be departing right now, especially when the cooker is just warming up, especially with some of these hero picks coming through, like the Eliseo, like the Fuzi, like Monkey coming through as well. So again, this is not the part you want to be tuning out. This is the part where you want to be tuning in.
Yeah, great debut there for the Eliseo. Second highest damage in his team. Same amount of kills there as Suits, who played phenomenally once again, which to no surprise, he is on one of his signature heroes, the Gun and More. So it is quite a toss-up between both of them to see who will get Game 2 MVP. Sad that it's not Benignus for the 6th time. He is still leading the MVP race though, but it's high time he allows one of his other teammates to shine as well.
Absolutely, that's part of being a part of the team. It's about letting the other teammates shine as well. If I was to give it to anybody, I'd probably say even Muster or maybe even Dolia as well. So even maybe Selena getting that first MVP for himself. So I'm pretty sure everybody else on the side of A7's had an MVP, apart from Selena there. So giving it over to the support, especially played very well by the Dolia with Selena there. So we'll see very soon. No, it is Mr. Suits. It is the crucial theft stealer himself on the Ganmo pick, taking MVP again. It's not the first time, and I'm pretty sure it won't be the last.
Yeah, of course, when he has his hands on that hero, he is absolutely amazing. 35% overall damage dealt, 4-0-3, and he barely took any damage himself. Just played a phenomenal game against all these heroes, against Liz, against the Kaiser, against the Angela, as well as Moses. You have to be playing perfect and positioned perfectly to stop yourself getting killed, and of course Suits definitely did that.
Yeah, the amount of health he would take down from the likes of the Muzi as well, but it's not just only that. There's just so much opening up on the side of the Besiktas Esports when that Gammo ability used to just come through. It was just, you'd see their health be pretty much close to full, and then all of a sudden it's like, why? Completely taxed in terms of the health, and that is why they call not only Benignus the taxman, Suits is also the taxman by stealing those crucial thefts, but also stealing the health of many of his opponents.
Yep, stealing their souls as well. The Grim Reaper is here in the form of Suits, and they set up Alpha 7 to be in a 2-0 scoreline in this best of 5 series. For those who are unfamiliar, it is the first to 3 format. Whoever gets 3 wins first will move on to the semifinals. And one of the Turkish favorites right now are facing possible elimination in the next game, but we only find out if they get to survive for another round after this short break.
Ah, I heard there's a mermaid in this area.
Out of 10 Navinians, 11 would tell you that they've heard the mermaid singing.
I wouldn't mind hearing it too.
La la la la. La la la la. La la la la la.
Welcome back, everybody, to the first day of the knockout stage within Honor of Kings Season 1 Invitational 2024 in Turkey. Today, you have with me those new joining at home. Myself, name is Blam. And then with me, we have my counter partner within this whole thing, this whole journey so far, Mr. Zero. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling kind of sad right now, Blam, because this might be the last time we see Besiktas Esports playing in the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 1. They are currently 0-2 in this Best of 5 series, and they basically have one last shot to stay alive in this tournament. If they don't take the next map win, we are going to have to say goodbye to one of the Turkish teams in this tournament.
Yeah, it would be an unfortunate finish here, but unfortunately they have to be a finish somewhere, and we've seen them all the way throughout the group stages flourish like the little butterflies they are right now. And that game 2 was definitely not something to be overshadowed. It was a great performance from Besiktas Esports. It was definitely an improvement on game 1. So going into game 3, I can only naturally feel that the only way forward would be more improvement in game 3. But again, will we see Alpha 7 go for some different kind of hero picks, or will they think, you know what, this is it, we shouldn't give any more hope onto Besiktas Esports, we're going to go for some really core comfort picks on our team, and we're going to end it with ease? Or are they going to give a little bit more hope over to them, pick up something new in terms of the hero pools on the side of Alpha 7, give a few more heroes, a few more 100% win rates, and then see Besiktas Esports pick up some more comfort picks as well?
Yeah, they definitely, felt like they were experimenting a little in the first few games, but if there's any time to play serious, I mean, you're one game away from moving on to the semifinals, so we might see Alpha 7 actually playing at their full strength in this series. But credit where credit is due. Besiktas Esports did outdraft Alpha 7 in the previous game, forced them to play some unorthodox heroes with some unorthodox timings. But Alpha 7, with their superior experience, definitely played that lineup to the best of their abilities and managed to get the win. So let's see if this game Besiktas Esports is able to get any more improvements after what they did after game number 1.
Absolutely. We saw a much better macro play on the side of Besiktas Esports. Liz absolutely dominated that clash lane. Then we saw him rotate down to the farm lane, really have the same way he did, especially with the help of Atix as well. We saw it really open up all the way to the higher ground. So to come from game 1, only taking 1 turret, to then go to game 2 and almost taking a higher ground turret is definitely the right direction for Besiktas Esports. So it's all about taking the great things about it from game 2, completely just disregarding game 1. Because game 1, it's happened, not much was picked up from it other than First Blood, and they managed to get 1 turret. But game 2, there was so much more going for Besiktas Esports, so it's just taking the positives from game 2 and moving them over to game 3, which could potentially be their last game. So I can imagine they're going to fight like rats that are basically just towards the wall. They're being poked, they've been shoved, they need to do something, they need to lash out in order for them to try and get a win on the board for Besiktas Esports. And looking at the ban draft so far, once again, the ladies dominate the first 4 bans, and then the priority pick again goes over to Selena with the Dolia.
Yeah, I mean, Selena did phenomenally on the Dolia, did exactly what she was supposed to do, provide that additional ultimate to whoever she's paired up with. Also such a slippery laner, very hard to deal with the heals as well as the mobility that she has. So Besiktas Esports will go for the Princess Frost once again, maintaining that 100% pick or ban rate on that Princess Frost, and they will pick up the Byron this time for Liz.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Liz navigates the Byron pick. I feel like it's the only way you're going to give up the Byron pick from Alpha 7. But Alpha 7 pick up the Mulan, and we've seen it's no strange pick to Muster. But the Mulan coming through on Muster is a a definite comfort pick here because he can absolutely dominate with this hero. I think this is the first time seeing Huang Zhong as well on the side of Alpha 7, so not quite a new, fresh, exciting debut, but still a new debut to Alpha 7.
Yeah, they haven't really put too much focus on this, towards this Mulan. They've been playing the Lian Po or other more team fight oriented clash laners. So the Mulan definitely is going to be a different sort of dynamic for the side of Alpha 7. They definitely know how to play with and around it. It's just going to be a different style of play that we have yet to see Alpha 7 really perform or play on.
Uh-oh, we could see Ali's win rate get muddied here if E2JJ does not play this hero well. Currently on 100% win rate on Ali, thanks to Alpha 7. We see it go over to Besiktas Esports, so they're either going to do this hero dirty or they're going to solidify themselves or win on the board with that Ali pick. Either way, there is big pressure on such a great hero right now within Honor of Kings. And then looking at the bans as well, finishing off the ban draft for Besiktas Esports is Ganmo and Musashi, so taking up two big jungle picks for Alpha 7 again. So Benignus may have to go on something like the Monkey again because Jing's gone, Lamb's gone, Musashi's gone, and Kaiser has gone over to Besiktas Esports once again.
Yeah, Besiktas Esports has a really well-rounded draft right now. They're only missing that support or mid lane hero if they decide to move the Princess Frost over to the support role. And you might have hit the nail on the head because they do pick up the Monkey once again, paired up with the Angela towards the mid lane. This time is going to be on the side of Alpha 7. Suits is going to be showing Rekna how it's done.
Absolutely. We see the Angela goes through as well, like you say, onto Suits. We've seen it quite a few times. It was on his player card on the introduction to the knockout stages as well. So the Angela pick is definitely becoming synonymous with Suits, the player. If it's not Princess Frost, if it's not Ganmo. We've seen him now on the Lady Zen as well, but it is back to 101 on Suits in the mid lane on the Angela pick. So we're just waiting for that fifth and final pick on the side of Besiktas Esports. And we see that the Sun Bin comes through here. So really reliant on the Kaiser for these team fights to be the absolute soaker of the damage. But we know the synergy that these two heroes have.
Yeah, this it provides them with a little bit more team fight to go along with the Princess Frost. Does lack a little bit of this on the crowd control side though. The silence is great, but you don't have anyone, like you said, to go towards the front lines, to knock people up, to stun people up, to soak up damage, to help out the Kaiser. So definitely something that is missing from the lineup of Besiktas Esports. While Alpha 7 doesn't really have that option as well to be able to lock people down in an area. They can just run away from the Huang Zhong if they want to. So both teams don't have that hard crowd control that we expect to see from the likes of something like a Lian Po or even something like the Guan Yu to be able to take that team fight head on. So this is going to be an interesting game for both teams. Let's see if this will be the last time we see Besiktas Esports on the main stage.
I hope not, but tensions have arisen within this day already because we're on to the third game of the best of 5. If Alpha 7 do take this win, it is over for Besiktas Esports, just like Zero said there. But looking at these team comps, they're a little bit of a difference here. We've already seen how the Monkey pick already dampens Benignus's tempo in terms of the entire match, but when you've got such squishy champions that you can really pick off here. So other than the Ali, because obviously we know that Ali can get away from pretty much almost everything, it's going to take more than one person to lock down the Ali, especially when you lack CC on the side of A7 there, other than maybe trying to get Suits to hide in the bush like we saw quite a few times on Besiktas Esports. That worked very well for them, getting at their first blood and stuff like that. But trying to get the Monkey locked down the Ali is going to be an interesting task for Alpha 7. But we see that Muster has the help of... No, Monkey, sorry, is down in the red buff. We thought we would see that up there as well, because Mulan, obviously, level 1 against the Byron. 1v1 could go either way right now. But already helping themselves to the enemy jungle. A7 pick up the side camp on the farm lane.
Yeah, one downside of allowing your Byron to have a great lane is that you do sacrifice the Arlie, and Arlie's stuck behind the tower at the moment. He's not being able to get close to the creep wave, because every time he tries and get a single last hit on the bottom side creeps, the Doria will knock him up, and then the Huang Zhong will just start dealing damage on him. And we see E2JJ only still level 1 at the moment. Great lane control here from the side of Alpha 7. Rotations coming from Soot. This might be the death of E2JJ, but nice sidestep from him, able to stay alive for the moment, and Rekna will come in to try and help them out. Selena dropping down very low, only level 2, so does not have all her skills yet at the moment, but it is enough to dissuade them from continuing the pressure on E2JJ.
That was a valiant effort from E2JJ there, absolutely handling that sidestep very well against the 3v1, because we only saw Rekna really join towards the end after he did the sidestep successfully, and that's when we started to see the support come down to the farm lane. But again, Suits with these stuns, he's got to be hitting them, or it's a vital part of Angela's kit that just, if it doesn't land with the other of the components, it doesn't work. And again, we just saw the missing of that first skill again. But we're seeing a bit of a clash here in the mid lane, because mid lane needs a little bit of love after Rekna had to go down to the farm lane just to support E2JJ there and make sure he didn't die, even though he handled it beautifully, going 3v1 against Alpha 7, which most players can say they can't do. And E2JJ did it really well there.
Yeah, managed to survive the early game onslaught on the bottom side. Now they're trying to fight back here. Rekna does not connect with the ultimate though, so that's going to be something wasted from the side of BJK. They have no Doria to refresh that, so she has to wait another 30 seconds before she's able to be that nuisance in the team fight. E2JJ taking a lot of damage from Almine, but able to walk away from that. The mobility of the Arlie just being able to keep her alive for the moment. Almine pops the ultimate to try and get the last hit on towards the creep, but this fight might not go the way they want to. Just dropping down very low. Second ultimate comes up. Lots of damage being dealt there to E2JJ, but Rekna able to freeze him up, and the ultimate does come up. He gets the kill, but they do lose the Sunbit 1-for-1 trade so far. Suits does still have the ultimate. They're trying to go for a kill. Nice freeze. Are they trying to fight back? Is this really the best thing to do at the moment? Rekna able to survive and sidestep for the moment, while E2JJ able to bait out the skills. So it looks like a 1-for-1 trade is the best they can ask for in the bottom lane, but Atix in the mid lane taking a lot of damage, but pops the ultimate form and will be able to survive.
Absolutely. For those that didn't actually catch that pop-up, that means that Alpha 7 is the second team to score 100 kills within the Season 1 Invitational, but Esports beat them to it, which is a bit of a what-oh. Could that be a red flag for Alpha 7's, showing that because they were the first team, but Chaos were, that they are more aggressive? But speaking of aggression, we're getting that aggressive play on that bot lane once again. Omani already procced that ult, but he does have Dolia to proc another one if he needs be. But this isn't the first time we've seen the Dolia and the Huanzhong pick come through. We saw it very well played by Wawa and Blue on the side of Stalwart Esports. So I have a lot of hope going on to this synergy between these two heroes.
Absolutely, they definitely have great synergy, and that is exactly the reason why they are picked together. But it's going to be a very crucial fight down in the bottom. Angela does a lot of damage towards Rekna. Atix pops the ultimate, goes for a kill immediately on towards the Mulan. Absolutely huge silence coming from the Sunbin. That allowed them to pick up the kill for free. No CC immunity for you, Mulan. They are going to be able to get that kill lead for the moment. Liz rotating towards the mid lane. Can he catch out the Angela? Yes, he can. Atix will follow up as well. That should be enough to get the kill. And BJK are turning up the tempo to try and get the first objectives around the map.
Yeah, when we speak of opportunity, that was a prime example of opportunity being opened up there, because they waited for Angela to use that ultimate, so they knew there was no CC immunity saving her when we saw that 2v1 rotation from Atix and Liz there. So really well played, really well managed in terms of knowledge timing, tempo, and we always speak about this tempo. It is very vital in games like Honor of Kings, because if you have no tempo, you're just misstepping all over the place, and there is no real rhythm to where you're going. There's no destination, there is no end goal. But right now, showing Atix and Liz are definitely in sync as well. We see that the suit comes down, rotates as well, whilst we've got Liz actually using the teleportation mechanic there as well to join the rest of his team. Before all this, we did see Besiktas Esports picking up the Tyrant as well, which is going to be really handy for them when it comes into this inevitable clash that seems to be brewing up on the bottom side of the map. But it looks like Liz is going to be forced out of that whole clash up there, because obviously Muster is looking to rotate, is looking to put pressure on that clash lane. Suits in the mid lane met Liz there, but we see Atix going in once again onto Selena, taking down the Dolia. Dolia is down, so Hwangdong is not going to have those 2 ults. Atix is back into the queue there, going to take down, not back onto the Hwangdong as well. Sunbin giving some aid. Atix getting that double kill there as well. Well played by BJK. Will Ali go in onto Suit. Suit just completely flashes out of the Princess Frost skill there, keeping themselves alive.
And this is the best possible scenario that, you know, BJK can hope for, and they might be able to escape from this as well. Byron, the Mulan doing a lot of damage, but not be able to finish anyone off. So being able to hold things for now, but just taking a lot of damage from Liz. But Liz might be faulting himself. Nice CC immunity coming from the Mulan, able to keep him alive for the moment, but the damage is way too much. Kaiser gets his second ultimate, and that allows him to stay in these team fights and becoming that semi-tank that he is. Nothing much that they can really do to chip down his HP, and that is what BJK being able to take the gold lead for the first time in this game.
Absolutely. We see that the clash lane has took a little bit of a batter in there. The tier 1 turret does go down, and it's looking like the farm lane turret on the side of Alpha 7 is literally holding on by the skin of its teeth. We just need to see some focus there. We've seen Monkey already rotating around to the farm lane to try and pick up that first tier turret from BJK already, and I feel like that may be the disruptor within the possible victory here for BJK, is the fact that the macro onto these turrets is feeling a lot better, a lot more comfortable, a lot more natural on the side of Alpha 7 so far. But BJK looking to try and take the first turret for themselves in the clash lane, trying to open up a little bit more of that enemy jungle, and they do take up the Overlord as well. Attic straight into the back of the queue. CC immunity already been popped on to Suits. Suits goes there thanks to BJK. Liz, but their Monkey is into the back of the queue there, trying to pick off the squishier champions. Muster comes through to aid that noble cause, and we see Monkey taking down Atix. Ali's trying to get into there. E2JJ goes straight to the back there and gets picked off by Selena. The only 2 alive is Liz and Urian here. They have to do something to keep these turrets alive.
Just when things were looking better for the side of BJK, they take a unfavorable fight near the Overlord pit, and they just set themselves back by around 2,000 gold. Despite that fantastic start they have, the Monkey was just absolutely crucial in stunning towards the back lines and allowed Almine to deal the damage that he could throughout that entirety of the team fight, also allowing him to catch up in terms of farm. But looks like he might be punished here as the silence comes through. Not in time, he might be able to escape, but he will not. Selena will fall along with him as well. Monkey, this is not a fight you want to take on. Heads on as well, trying to escape, but Ragnar is there trying to freeze him up. Not enough to connect the stuns and the slows, but he will be able to escape for the moment. But still 2 kills going towards the way of Besiktas Esports. That is huge for them, and they will be able to continue pressuring on towards the mid as well as the top lane. Look at the fans for the side of Besiktas Esports. They know that they need this very badly, but unfortunately the tier 1 tower will still stand.
Yeah, unfortunately for Besiktas Esports, not quite picking up that the first tier turret in the mid lane, which, as we all know, is vital, and especially those tuning in at home that are currently playing Honor of the Kings, is if you are trying to do anything, it is opening up that mid lane to open up the rest of the enemy jungle for yourself or your jungle as well. But the enhanced Overlord and Tyrant are coming through here as well. We saw that the farm lane second tier turret managed to take a bit of a beat in there thanks to Mulan, doing great macro, as we always quote. Muster is the macro monster within this tournament so far. BJK getting hit there. Well, in the back of the queue, Mulan looking to take out Sunbin. Sunbin very low, but manages to escape. The CC immunity comes from Mulan, but Sunbin pays back the dividends there and gets the kill onto Mulan. But Hwan-Jong coming in with a massive ult. He's at the back of the queue. Liz trying to upset that as well, but it's currently a 3-4-2 trade for Alpha 7, and we have a great push there. Already set up in the farm lane to take that higher ground turret as well. Could this be the end already? 12 minutes.
The Monkey Hwang-Jong combination way too lethal for the side of Besiktas Esports to fight in. The crowd control just absolutely huge, and there we will have it. Besiktas Esports will be eliminated as Alpha 7 will be the first team to move on to the semifinals of the Invitational Season 1.
Yeah, I mean, going into a game 3, 2-0 already, Alpha 7 basically set that whole thing up. And it doesn't really matter what heroes these guys pick. It's been proven and proven in this just a series alone. The amount of new heroes coming through on the side of Alpha 7 and some on the side of Besiktas Esports. It doesn't matter. Their pool just keeps growing. It keeps filling and getting more deadlier and harder to counter. But you can see on Besiktas Esports' face, they are gutted they are out of the tournament.
Yeah, whether a beast has claws or fangs, they are still a beast, and this is Alpha 7, definitely the beast of this tournament. Unfortunate for Besiktas Esports that they were picked by such a monster in the first round, but that is the nature of the beast, because unless you can beat the best, you will never be the best yourself. So Alpha 7 will be moving on to the semifinals as we bid goodbye to one of our Turkish teams.
Absolutely. So down goes one of the Turkish representatives from the whole of Season 1 Invitational in Istanbul. So again, an even bigger blow. You're in your home ground. You lose your first knockout stage match as well. But it's been no easy feat for them. A7 have dominated the entire of Season 1 Invitational, and for them to just pull the brakes now would just be completely off-brand. It wouldn't be genuine, and it would not actually feel good for Alpha 7 to be like, you know what, we're actually going to give them a bit of a break here, maybe let them claw back a victory, maybe let them claw back around. But they just want to finish it in true Goliath fashion, where it's just not losing around to a single team. Still in the knockouts as well, all the way for the group stages. First game of the knockouts, they're now the first semi-finalist confirmed for Season 1 Invitational.
Yeah, I mean, that is also a way to show respect to your opponents. You know, never giving, never letting up, playing to your full potential is definitely what you want to show to your opponents, and definitely what your opponents want to see as well. They don't want charity, they don't want freebies, they want you to play at 100%, because when they beat you, then they can say, hey, I beat Alpha 7 at 100%, or, you know, I took a game out of Alpha 7 at 100%. So props to, you know, Besiktas Esports for trying the absolute best, but this mountain was just too hard to climb for them.
Yeah, Mount Olympus has taken permanent residence so far within Brazil. It's yet to be moved, and Selena finally getting that MVP. He deserved it from the last game because he had a great support performance from Selena, but this Dolia just keeping everybody alive, keeping the ultimate give out as well, being the true charity amongst the team on A7 as well. So well played to Selena, getting himself on the MVP board as well. He just needs 4 more now just to match Benignus with his 5 MVPs, which is still ridiculous. Being top team, 5 MVPs, crazy. But it's true Alpha 7 fashion. They are trying to dominate every facet of this tournament.
This was just a showcase of what Monkey can do. This is absolutely amazing win towards the end, but Alpha 7 will have some time to rest because their games will be played tomorrow for the semifinals of the group stages. They won't be playing anymore today, so they will be able to get some well-deserved rest. Not tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow is when the semi-finals will start. So they will get some good rest. They'll be able to scout out their potential opponents, which is between IWNRX and Stalwart Esports, which will be playing later.
Absolutely. But once again, well done to Alpha 7 for securing a 3-0 victory, within the knockout stages. So again, great finesse from the team. The Brazilian Titans have not let themselves down. But we've already seen how Stalwart Esports versus Alpha 7 pans out, and it looks like we haven't quite yet seen how NRX versus Alpha 7 stands out yet. So a lot to be played for in this next best of 5, and we're hoping for a lot more of an even best of 5 in this one, because both of these teams have they both managed to get 1 win on the board within the group stages, but nothing more, nothing less. So to me, that signifies as a really even battle between Stalwart Esports and NRX.
Yeah, if you remember during our mock matches, they were the matchups that we were watching. IWNRX facing up against Stalwart Esports, and if I remember correctly, it was Stalwart Esports taking that little mock game, however amount of weight you want to put on it, 2-0. But of course, this is a completely different beast. This is going to be both of these teams' last shot in making to the semifinals. So they have to try their best. Obviously, they have learned a lot throughout the entire group stages, so we can probably disregard the outcome of that mock match itself. But Stalwart Esports against NRX, this will not be the first time they are facing up against each other. It's whether IWNRX will have learned and grown since then if they are able to defeat Stalwart Esports.
Absolutely, but I think the thing I'm most looking forward to is the potential of new debuting heroes within Season 1 Invitationals. And from what I know of Stalwart Esports, there are some very, very competent players that will only through time, or only through the telling of time, that we'll know that those pools are actually bigger than we already know. Because just like the last series, we saw quite a few new debuts. We saw Lady Shen, we saw Fuzi, Monkey come back out again as well. So quite a few of these newer heroes coming through just to thicken the gravy within that hero pool for some of these players. And that's always really exciting, because it also aids the narrative, and it also helps find out what their actual play style is, because a lot of these heroes can be whittled down to either initiators, controlling heroes, assassin-like heroes as well. So it all kind of starts to paint a bigger picture to who your enemy is. But having that sense of unknowing is part of the fun, but also part of the frustration for some of these players.
Absolutely. It's going to be a very interesting time for everybody, for those who are still in the tournament to be, adapting to the changes as they go. We are already seeing such a difference from the group stages that we can't really say, due to a team's performance in a group stage, that is how they will end up in the playoffs, in the knockout stages. But it definitely gives us an idea on their performance so far, but we can't discount any team still left standing in this tournament.
Absolutely not. I mean, they've all tried their best to be here so far, but the difference that makes it between the group stages and the knockout is there were no defeat or potential losing out or being knocked out. So now this is where all the pressure starts to pile on, is the fact that you may get knocked out. So I feel like these teams will show a different color, a different gravy in these knockout games as well, because it's all to play for. You don't want to go home. You want to get as far as you can in Season 1. But we are going to be going over to the winners interview now with Alpha 7.
Herkese merhabalar. Az önce gerçekten müthiş bir seriyi geride bıraktık ve Brezilya'nın Alpha 7'ı Türkiye'den Beşiktaş'ı elemeyi başardı. 3-0'lık bir performansla, hızlı bir performansla maçı bitirdiler. Şimdi 2 tane röportaj gerçekleştireceğiz. Bir tanesi Alpha 7'ın orta koridor oyuncusu Suits'la, diğeri orman oyuncusu Besiktas'la olacak. Röportajımıza başlayalım. İlk sorumuz Suits'a geliyor ve yarı finale çıktıktan sonra hislerini öğreneceğiz kendisinden. Onunla ilgili bir soru yönelteceğim. Welcome and congratulations to you both. You just left an incredible series. So as the first team to advance to the semifinals, how are you feeling? How are the feelings going right now?
To advance to the semifinals, but I want to use this question to answer and show my respect to BGK. They are a great team. I admire their mid laner a lot, Rekna. He's one of the greatest mid laner I played against in this tournament, even in the screen, so that's all. I want to show my respect to them and to their mid laner.
Öncelikle kazandığımız için tabii ki çok mutluyum ama kesinlikle Beşiktaş'a saygılarımı iletmek istiyorum dedi. Özellikle orta koridorları Rekna, turnuvada oynadığım en iyi orta koridorlardan bir tanesiydi ve çok iyi bir takım olduklarını söylemek istiyorum. Tekrardan saygılarımı iletiyorum dedi. Gerçekten güzel bir yanıt verdi. İkinci soru yine Suits'a geliyor. Ganenmo oynadı kendisi, birçok defa oynadı ve bugün MVP olmayı da başardı. Bakalım kendisi birkaç tane ipucu verecek mi bu kahramanla ilgili bize? O sorumuzu yöneltelim. You performed really well on Ganenmo multiple times in the tournament, and today you managed to win MVP. Can you share us more about your understanding and insight of on Ganenmo, please?
Yeah, like every mid laner has the ability to help their teammates, but Ganenmo is like a little bit different. He's more like a carry and not like a helper. So it's a little bit different. You need more gold. You need to act more like a carry, protect yourself more, try to don't die, and that's it. Try to carry.
Okay. Bütün orta koridor kahramanları aslında genel olarak takıma yardımcı olmaya çalışır ama Ganenmo bu konuda birazcık farklı. Biraz daha taşıyıcı gibi oynamanız gerekiyor. Yani üzerinize kaynak toplamanız, pozisyonunuza dikkat etmeniz ve bir taşıyıcı zihniyetiyle oynamanız gerekiyor ki başarılı olabilirsiniz. Bundan sonraki sorularımız ormancı Benignus'a gelecek. Kendisi ormancı olduğu için zaten oyunun temposunda o kontrol ediyor. Ve birçok baskınla takım arkadaşlarına yardımcı olmayı başardı. Genel olarak orman anlayışıyla ilgili bir soru yöneltelim kendisine. Benignus, welcome and congratulations. So as the pace leader of the team, as the jungler of the team, you managed to conduct multiple ganks and help out your team. Could you share your understanding of jungling in Honor of Kings, please?
Well, when you play in the jungle, you can do everything that you want. So when you are playing the lane, you have obligation to get the wave, to destroy the tower. When you are playing the jungle, you can do everything and help the team is one part of this.
Ormancı olduğunuz zaman her şeyi yapabiliyorsunuz. Koridorda olduğunuz zaman koridora dikkat etmeniz lazım. İşte minyonlara kuleyi almanız, ona oynamanız gerekiyor. Ama ormancı olduğunuz zaman her şeyi yapmakta özgürsünüz. O yüzden biraz daha oyun alanınız geniş. İkinci soru koçla ilgili. Koçlar maç öncesinde onlarla takımla bayağı bir vakit geçirdi. Neler konuşuldu onu merak ediyoruz. İletelim. So the coach spent a lot of time with you before the game. Could you please tell us what went on in those conversations?
She just told me to keep focus and try to win again and perform well and play in a team play style.
So like raising morale basically.
Yeah.
Genel olarak bizimle yani oyundan ziyade daha çok odaklanmamızı, dikkat etmemizi ve yani oyuna odaklanmamız gerektiğini söyledi. Moralleri yüksek tuttu dedi. Ve son sorumuza geçiyoruz. Bir sonraki roundda yani bir sonraki aşamada kimlerin onların rakibi olması ihtimalini daha yüksek görüyorlar. İletelim. So, which team do you think has a better chance of being your opponent in the next round?
I think STA is a better team and I think he'll win the next game, but NRX can play well and win too, but in my opinion, STA gonna win.
Ya genel olarak ST'nin biraz daha kuvvetli olduğunu düşünüyorum. ST'nin geleceğini düşünüyorum. Ama NRX de iyi oynayıp onları yenebilir tabii ki. Ama benim düşüncem ST'nin kazanacağı yönünde dedi. Thank you for this interview. Really lovely and really insightful. Thanks a lot.
Teşekkürler.
Congratulations. Röportajımızı da sonlandırdık. Teşekkürlerimizi de ilettik. Sözü de tekrardan sunuculara paslıyoruz.
I'll bet my honor on this fight.
Going down, and Charlotte takes down Clue as well, but Charlotte now falls to beat them. In terms of being able to do damage to the Falcon with the preload, TC immunity did not help anything because but Ignis covered through with a triple,
Farewell.
potentially a quadruple.
I am one with my reflection.
But Ignis, can we get the first penta of the group stages within Season 1 Invitational? It's not a minion all coming down, but Diochan is here as well. Engage from the man knocked up there as well. But lost his hit there, taking down Leon and Lupa down. We get 0 reset, move down, Bobnet down, still down. 100 kills with full chaos throughout the 4 days. That is huge. A huge advantage for this team and a huge
Come on! Here's you, the crybaby. This is Show You. Pinky swear, we promise. Brothers always stay together. Huh? Schwanza. The wild goose leaves in autumn.
But no matter how far it flies, it always returns. Below the Great Wall lies my home.
Welcome back, everybody, to the knockout stages of Honor of Kings Season 1 Invitational 2024 in Istanbul. If you're just joining in now, you've just missed the first best of 5 between Alpha 7 and Besiktas Esports, which went, unfortunately, for Besiktas Esports 3-0. I am Blam, and with me is my partner in crime, Zero. How are you feeling going into this next best of 5?
Well, the Turkish fans won't be too happy about losing one of their main teams, but we're gonna have the upcoming match between IWNRX and Stalwart Esports, and they will be playing on the Infinix GT10 Pro, which is innate to be the most professional choice for gamers who are fighting with kings. All sensory game engine and high refresh rate immerse you in the purest gaming experience and tournament experience as well, because we are now at the knockout stages, ladies and gentlemen. Both of these teams only have one more chance to show the world what they are made of, show their opponents what they have, because if they lose out here, they will be eliminated from the Honor of Kings Season 1 Invitational. And we will have IWNRX, one of the only 2 Turkish teams left standing in this tournament. Bobnet, 0307, Fu, Still, and Buggy will need to show their opponents whatever they have in order to stay alive in this tournament.
Absolutely, and as we were stating before we went into the break, we've seen this in the mock-ups, but I can imagine there's going to be more to mop up than what happened in the mock-ups. And here is Stalwart Esports' roster for today. So Mijoj enters back into the arena, taking Kai's place. Ray in the jungle, Zenon in the mid, Wawa and Clue down in the farm lane. Really interested to see what these teams bring to the knockout stages. Will we see some hero debuts first time within the Season 1 Invitational, or will they stick to what they know, like Wawa's Lubin number 7?
Yeah, that Lubin number 7 has only been exclusively picked by Stalwart Esports. Wawa, of course, we've seen him be an absolute beast on it. He's the reason for that 100% win rate on the Lubin number 7. But yeah, it is going to be a much closer series than the first game, at least as we project, because both of these teams, they don't play as perfect as what Alpha 7 mostly does. They aren't as clean as what Vivo Keystars have been doing. So this will be a brawl between both of these teams.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw in the winner interview as well with Alpha 7 that they did give props to Rekna in the mid lane. So, again, this team ethic and narrative that Alpha 7 are constructing for themselves is they are a indestructible force, but they're also a not unlikable force. They are very likable in their players and in their etiquette as well, being such great showmanships and sportsmanships within their team already. So props to Suits for really bigging up Rekna, because obviously that's the best thing you want to hear when you lose a game, especially against Alpha 7, is knowing that you were the best mid laner in the entire tournament that he's played against, which is a huge props, to be fair. And we both agreed, didn't we, within that interview, Zero, that it was just a great gesture and an amazing thing to hear.
Absolutely. Definitely, reduces the sting a little bit of just losing 0-3. So yeah, they can leave the tournament with their heads held high. But one of these two teams on stage right now will try and not leave the stage at all, because we are going into the draft of game number 1 of this best of 5 series. The Guan Yu and the Mulan being banned up here from the side of Stalwart Esports, while NRX will ban out the Jing as well as the Da Chiao. So Guan Yu, this is the first time we'll be seeing him banned, I think.
Yeah, I believe it is one of the first times. We haven't seen Guan Yu since day 2. Don't mean to be a poet, but I do know it. But we saw there how casual Clue was, just on the stage, just arms back like this, like, yeah, I don't know what I'm going to pick. I don't know what I'm fancying right now, but he was just absolute Clue, doing Clue things there. But yes, we see the Guan Yu come through as a ban, Mulan, and it wouldn't be a game of Honor of Kings in the Season 1 Invitational if it wasn't for the Chao ban as well. So once again, maintaining that, I think it's 28 games in a row now that she has been banned, unfortunately. But looking at these picks, we've got Stalwart Esports for Zenon picking up the Princess Frost, where predominantly we've been really seeing Zenon play Mai in the mid lane. So it's really interesting that they picked up the Princess Frost and see how they play that hero in this match. But then also accompanied by 2 great picks. So Kaiser in the jungle and then Charlotte in the Clash lane.
Yeah, we've seen the Charlotte really perform well, especially played on someone with a very macro-intensive mindset. Stalwart Esports is going to give that to Ray. We've seen Ray playing mainly the Byrons, as well as some games of Charlotte, some games of Dun as well, if I remember correctly. So not a stranger to this hero pick. But this is going to be a rather new hero as well. That's going to be the Xiao Jia picked up here from IWNRX.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw the Xiao Xiao come through a few times, but I'm pretty sure from my jagged stats that we've not seen this hero win a game yet. So it's been very close, considering how high this hero was put on a pedestal within the Brazilian tournaments. Has now sort of fallen from great heights, but this is the knockout stage now, so we may see Xiao Xiao come through a lot more. But we see the likes of the Luben and Hu Yi being banned out there on the side of NRX. I don't think we've seen Hu Yi actually being played at all within Season 1 Invitational. So a bit of a weird ban there, because that now opens up the likes of Zhang or Fang or still Derenji as well. So quite a lot of picks and a bit of a flex there from NRX. Bit of a laid-back Clue, but a flex in NRX there on stage. And then they pick up the Dolia as well.
Yeah, they are banning out the late game marksman from the side of IWNRX, which sort of telegraphed that they want a late game marksman of their own, so that it is the late game potential 100% goes their way. But Stalwart Esports looks like they want to steal that away from them, and they do pick up the Huangzhong, so they might have overplayed their hand a little bit with those 2 bans.
Absolutely. So we know Wawa loves the Huangzhong pick in the farm lane, and then for that to be paired up with Little Loot is going to be a great synergy, not only for Huangzhong but also for Kaiser in the mid lane. We've seen, if it's not Dolia, it's the little loot that comes through with Kaiser most times out of 10. And then locking into their 5th and final pick is Lady Sun. So we see that 0307 is getting the Madam President, the lady herself, the late game legend. So we'll see if NRX can manage to malleably form this game into the late game in order for that Lady Sun to be activated.
Yeah, this is like probably the last marksman that you want in a late game situation. Not the last choice, but the last one left in the pool that is available to be picked up. Sure, she doesn't have a fantastic matchup against the Huang Zhong because even with her long range, Huang Zhong will outrange her towards the end. So the late game situation is going to be very interesting between both of these teams. But of course, this is Honor of Kings. We might just see the game end in 10 minutes. We never know for sure whether it's going for the late game. So this is a very unorthodox draft for both sides. Usually we see teams trying to play faster, but instead both of these teams are trying to play out the game slower and reach that 12 to 20 minute point.
Absolutely, but we'll probably end up seeing if it doesn't get to the late game, then Lady Sun kind of falls off, but we still have the likes of the Xiao Qiao come through as well. So that massive AoE damage on this hero, as well as the knockup as well. So for the likes of the Huang Zhong, when they go into that stationary form, getting that knockup is going to really interrupt some time within that ultimate. But not only have they got to worry about that, they've got to worry about the sticky hero himself, that is Kaiser. And we saw Atix play a fantastic Kaiser in the last series. And to be honest, Ray is a great jungle and has come out quite well within this tournament so far. And then obviously having Mijoj back up into the clash lane, and obviously I spoke to a few of the teams, and that's the reason why Kai was picked against VKS, because they needed a more tank-orientated player, and Mijoj is known for his bruisers. That's why, hence the Charlotte. So let's see how Mijoj does now back into the roster on the side of Stalwart Esports.
Yep, with a team that has substitutes, or the 6th player does have the flexibility to be able to play what is needed for that specific matchup. Unfortunately, it was not enough to defeat Vivo Keystars, but of course Mijos is back in this game, and he is going back on his signature bruisers, going up against Buggy. He's not gonna have the best laning phase just because how aggressive the Byron hero is, but once she reaches that level 4, she should be alright. And both of these teams are not putting too much emphasis up in the top. They're letting them have their fun time 1 versus 1 and more focused towards securing the farm for their marksmen.
Absolutely. I mean, both of these marksman heroes definitely need that farm. We could argue probably Lady Sun needs it more than Huang Zhong because of how late this hero activates. But we saw a bit of a trade-off there in the mid lane onto Xiao Qiao. But yeah, like we said, Mijoj going against the Boogie here, where they are being left alone, isolated up in that clash lane. But once we see that Charlotte go on to level 4, she will definitely activate because she'll have all her skills and everything within her utility to outdo the Byron in a 1v1. It all depends on how you use those engages and disengages from Charlotte as a hero overall. But interestingly enough, we get that done pick come through. So every so often, it seems to be... It's not the greatest pick. It's generally a good earlier jungle that we see because of the damage from Dun, but with him not being in clash lanes doing 1v1s, it's a little bit of a trade-off here, especially when you got like going against an enemy Kaiser as well. So maybe going for something that was more, even though they're going for the Byron up in the clash lane, maybe an assassin may have been a little bit better in this one, maybe a Lamb, because Lamb actually wasn't banned throughout this match. So, but I don't think we've actually ever seen Still play the Lamb.
Yeah, this is, I think, his first showing. I mean, it would be his first showing on the Lamb, but Dun is definitely one of his more signature heroes. Oh, huge ultimate coming from the Princess Cross, as well as the little loot. They'll bring down one Born Bob Net, dropping down very low as well, but able to heal him up, able to sustain the lane and heal it up as well. But big, huge engagement coming from the side of Stalwart Esports, but still wants something for himself as well. Nope, looks like he's content with just clearing up the wave and trying to contest this jungle creep.
Absolutely. Zenom's like, okay, I've come to rotate. I've done what I need to do. I've got my kill. I'm going back up to that mid lane, putting a bit of priority there, and I'll probably see you with the Tyrant in about 53 seconds time. But this is the beauty of Han Zhuang as a champion. There was just no need to be anywhere near that turret's frequency or range to take any hits. He was just happily sat behind the wall, doing loads of damage, and then when that Princess Frost ultimate came through, it was just so much nuke damage coming through on the side of Stalwart Esports, and I feel like that's what these team fights are going to consist of, is just huge nuke damage from a far distance, vicariously living through Kaiser that's taken the front line and just soaking up all that damage, as well as the Charlotte as well.
Definitely, that was the start that Stalwart Esports won, but mid lane and still trying to fight back. Knocks out Ray, but Kaiser pops the ultimate form and wants a little piece of everybody. But looks like with 4 heroes towards the mid, he will think twice about re-engaging and will be happy just to push out the wave. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Wawa pushing out bottom lane. We're talking about Lady Sun not being able to outrange the Huang Zhong. There we see it, but NRX does have 4 members towards the Tyrant and should be able to secure it for themselves.
Yep, they get the Tyrant, but however, we see Kaiser up in the top side of the jungle. It's not the be-all, end-all of the NRX getting the Tyrant, because right now, I feel like they need it more than Stalwart Esports. They need that movement speed. They need that damage, because with Little Loot's heals, they're going to need to deal as much damage as possible, because they don't have any anti-heal. Not this early on, because then that compromises the damage output of these heroes. So going for the Tyrant is probably the best trade-off that they can do in terms of getting damage earlier on, at least temporarily. But we see Boogie and Mijoj just having a very stalemate. No resolution within this clash lane. It's just constantly just trade waves, back and forth, trade waves, back and forth. Well, however, in this farm lane, we've got Ray at it. We've got Wawa and Clue getting a 3-man takedown on that turret. Back of the queue there onto 0307. Takes down that Bobnet, looking to be next. 2-0 already for Stalwart Esports, picking up a 3rd kill as well. Nicely done to Stalwart Esports in that clash lane. Is Dunn going to be next? Still having a little bit of life left. Is he still being able to remain alive? Could they open up the mid lane turret already? 6 minutes in, we could see a takedown in that mid lane, and boom! Real estate opened up for Ray.
Oh no, NRX just lost 2 more members for absolutely nothing. There was no way they could have held on to that tier 2 tower just because 2 members were already dead in the bottom side. And Ray paired up with the Little Root is just way too tough to bring down. I mean, we've seen this combination. It's worked very well in the other games, and I see no reason. Before you get the Venomous Staff, before you get the Mortal Punisher, you can take this fight, because the healing and the damage reduction coming from the Kaiser is just going to make him too tanky to bring down. And because they tried to defend the tier 2 tower without the numbers advantage, they lost 2 more members, and suddenly NRX finds himself 1,000 gold behind with 2 very important areas of the map lost.
Absolutely, and we definitely see that the difference in the gold really makes and thickens the gravy on the side of Stalwart Esports, because we see that Princess Frost manages to pick up that Venomous Staff, so those healings from Dolia are going to be nerfed a little bit here, but Ray is already stuck into the thick of it, absolutely baiting still there for Boo to come round, only to be wiped out by Ray as well. So another kill being picked up by Stalwart Esports, making it 6-1 already for STE going into game 1. This is a strong position to be in your knockout stage.
Yeah, STE absolutely owns the jungle of NRX right now, and this is going to starve up the Dun, which is not a great late game jungler. He needs the early game tempo. He needs to be able to win these early fights, and when you are playing from behind, Dun is not the best hero. He doesn't provide a lot of damage. He's not naturally very tanky. He requires a bit of farm to be able to progress towards the mid game, and when you shut him down like this, it becomes very hard. And Stalwart Esports is going to continue to accentuate on that, getting the Shadow Overlord. Shadow Overlord, and still gonna fight back. Buggy throws the backline, trying to catch out Wawa, but Wawa pops the ultimate, will be able to bring down the Xiao Qiao, but not before the Cross falls as well. Ochio 7 in a very precarious situation. The damage coming from Huang Zhong way too much, and looks like they want to try and dive a little bit for more, but Kaiser, no more ultimate means that they do not have the damage reduction, and they cannot go in for any more other than 2 kills on Still and Fu.
Yeah, a little bit of a replay back there, because we saw that Still actually managed to steal the red buff, but it was actually aided as the bait that Stalwart Esports needed to set up that 2-1 trade there for Zenon against Fu and Still, because it actually exchanged hands onto Ray, who it was originally going to go for, but look, here we go. So it's been stolen. It makes sure that Fu and Boogie are already still stuck in there, and then they're able to trade and take the red buff off of Still there. So a really nice play, really nice acknowledgement there by Stalwart Esports. Really always thinking one step ahead, and it's really showing with how they're playing in game 1.
Yeah, they're definitely taking a page out of Alpha 7's book. Always be at the right place ahead of time, because that's what it takes to be one of the best teams, is to be able to predict your opponent's movements and be already set up by the time they think of getting an important objective. So 4,000 network lead, currently in the lead right now for the side of Stalwart Esports. Once again, the red Sage buff will be contested. Princess Rush drops the ultimate, but it's just to secure the red buff, and it will be Wawa that picks that up. The damage coming in from him right now is way too much. They cannot try and fight into his vicinity, because they will just be melted.
Yeah, Wawa picking up both the Sage buff and the red buff there, so he's a bit stacked boy. He's ready and fed, and he's just waiting to just give the results that Stalwart Esports have been looking for when they picked this hero in the draft. And this is exactly what they were expecting, was get Wawa all fed, and as a fantastic ADC player, he can be stacked and fed. He knows a knowledge of multiple games, and clearly translating into Honor of Kings right now, because Stalwart Esports are currently almost ahead with 5k gold, which is huge going into the 10th minute. They're ahead with 2 jungle objectives, and they're ahead by, one jungle objective, sorry, assumed to be 2, and ahead by 5 turrets. There is no macro taking place right now on the side of NRX that they can't do anything with, and down goes the Enhanced Overlord, meaning that the Shadow Vanguard will be aiding Stalwart Esports anytime soon to push another lane.
Yeah, in most typical games, the focus will usually be put on the Tyrant first because of the move speed buffs, the damage buffs, but when you're playing with a Huang Zhong, you do focus more on the Overlord, because you have this little very tanky creep that can stand in front of you, disable the tower shield, and then your Huang Zhong can go ham on breaking a tower. So Stalwart Esports definitely know the strengths of their lineup, and they will try and capitalize on it the most they can, and they will try and push up the top lane, trying to bring down the Dun, taking down half HP already. Wawa pops the ultimate, almost brings him down, but not going to be able to bring him down just in time. But they will get the Constellation tier 2 tower towards the mid and rotate up towards the top lane, where they will push it out.
Yeah, there's a potential here for them to pick up a higher ground turret here. There's a lot of speaking about Hammer, but Bobnin gets torn apart like slow-cooked pulled pork, it seems, and his rest of his teammates could potentially be another tear of the pork into the slow-cooked pulled pork. That is NRX right here. They are at the advancements. They have the Vanguards at the Crystal. Honjong pops the ult, and once again, Boo down, still down, double kill. Boogie looking to go down as well. We see Mijo picking up a kill finally, and down goes the Crystal in game 1 for Stalwart Esports.
I think that was just over from the draft. When you ban out all the late game carries, it's way too obvious that, you know, the Huang Zhong is the next best pick there. And when they ban out those 2 marksmen in the Ho Yi as well as the Luban number 7, there's only the most obvious pick next is Huang Zhong, and it was obvious that the side of IWNRX wanted to pick that up, and Stalwart Esports, recognizing that, steals that away from them and creates a great situation for them to take the first game with ease.
Absolutely. It looks like Atix is having an absolute blast on those drums, bigging up Stalwart Esports. I would have thought he would have helped big up the Turkish team, but clearly they are on the side of Stalwart Esports, or it's just a little bit of a fun showmanship by Atix. As we know, he is a great player and clearly showing some showmanship there for his not only opponents some way in the tournament, but friends along the way as well. But enough of that, we get that 1-0 win from Stalwart Esports, already setting up a fantastic series already, because we were thinking we were going to see a little bit more of a fairness between these two teams, but the way Stalwart Esports navigated this machine in game one was well oiled, and it got to its destination, which was the Crystal.
Yeah, absolutely. That early game just went too well for them. Wawa had basically an uncontested lane. He progressed so quickly, and you can tell by the damage dealt by the Huangzhong, 37.4% and a 92% team fight participation rate is absolutely huge for the Huangzhong. All they needed to do once they reached their 2-3 item timing is just to stick together with the little loot and then destroy everybody.
Yep, give her the loot, give her the loot. It was clearly the advancement they needed in that game, having little loot with the likes of Kaiser, but most times at attempt, we didn't actually even see little loot anywhere near the jungle. It was just always focused on the Wawa, but this is Clue and Wawa to a T. They are inseparable, and they don't need to be anywhere else on the map, because as soon as those two get that ball rolling, it is already game over. And we saw that very early on with those early pickups in the kills, that great economic curve to begin with, and Ray gets the MVP. So jungler for Stalwart Esports picking up the MVP, 2-0, 19.5% in the damage, and soaked 26.3% the damage within those team fights, and picking up 8.6k gold. But the game didn't actually go on for that long, hence the small amount of gold, but still a massive feat for Stalwart Esports.
Yeah, Ray did fantastic in the early game, provided enough tempo for his team to really snowball the game. From there, the gank in the bottom lane, which I'm very sure we'll see probably as the first clip of the replay. Maybe the second. The first one was the Princess Frost ultimate, but the second engagement in the bottom side really set the tempo here for the side of Stalwart Esports, which allowed them to take game number one with ease. And Ray was definitely a huge part of that. Never mind, he is the first replay.
This is exactly what you was on about, and to be fair, it was a great open up. It was really going to show a great foreshadowing, of the rest of the match going forward. Was just those 3v1 dives taken on the turret. Kaiser soaking up the damage, Ray just doing an absolute amazing job of being that front runner for his team, because that's Kaiser's function within those kind of team comps, is soak up the damage, pop your ult, you stay alive a little bit quicker, and then Huangzhong just gets the freeload of the kills, and we saw that many times throughout that entire game.
Yeah, he's just the bait, he's just the sponge, if you will, just soaking up as much damage as he can while staying alive. Being the focal point of your opponent's team means that Wawa can do whatever he wants in this team fight, and Wawa was just basically uncontested. He had no pressure, he could just press the auto attack, and they will take game number one with a very clean win.
Very convincing, very well fought. Not quite very well defended by NRX, so I feel like that will be the improvement we'll see from NRX going into game two, is not only the defense but also the macro, because we saw most times out of 10 that Buggy was actually ahead in terms of the gold up in the clash lane on the Byron, but it's just because of Mijoj after that stalemate in that early game where they were very much just sort of like 1v1 head-to-head training minion waves. We saw Mijoj everywhere, whereas Byron, the only time we ever saw him anywhere is once those side turrets and the mid lane turrets opened up, that it was already an issue, because that's all he could do was retreat into what was once his territory is now the enemy's territory.
Yeah, the game was just too hard from there on, and it was a tough position to be in. It's very hard to recover from that point on, especially when you give the Huangzhong such a fantastic start. So that is going to be Stalwart Esports taking the lead for now in this best of 5 series. I'm pretty sure their coaches will have a lot of say for both of these teams to their teams as they look to even out the series, at least for the side of IWNRX. July, their coach, is definitely going to have to dig deep into his book and try and find a way around, because I felt like that game was just down to that second ban phase where you telegraphed your Huang Zhong pick and your opponent said, hey, you just banned out 2 of the potential counters to the late game for the Huang Zhong. Thank you so much, I'll pick up the Huang Zhong.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, not only are they the counters, but they were Wawa's signature pick. At least one of them were, which was the Luban. We haven't seen the Hui in the entire of Season 1 Invitational, and with that being... it's hard to describe that hero because I feel like it doesn't sit well within the team comps as it stands now with the current availability of the hero pool. It's really one of those sort of like selfish picks because the only real utility you have is the splash damage, the really fast attack speed, but then obviously the global ultimate as well. But you will only ever get to land that global ultimate if you know where your enemy team is. And if you're already behind, that global ultimate's going to have less effect because you've got way more coverage to cover on the map.
Yep, exactly. When you lose map control, you don't need that much. You don't move that much because you're kind of stuck in the base for the most part, anyways. So definitely a lot of things to fix here for both teams. Even for the side of Stalwart Esports, there were little improvements they can make to make their overall game plan much cleaner. So if IWNRX is able to capitalize on the mistakes that they did, however small they seem, there is definitely still mistakes being done from the side from both teams. So it's all about being able to execute as cleanly as possible, because both of these teams, this is their last chance in this tournament. Whoever loses here will be eliminated from the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 1.
Absolutely, they do need to be a little bit more surgical in their macro, I think, on the side of NRX. I think if they pick up an earlier adaptation to their macro play in Game 2, we could see a bit more pressure on the likes of Mijoj, because we know, and what we saw from that game, is that he likes to stay in the lane for at least, we even passed the post 4 minute mark, that we saw him take that time. But in fashion of taking time, we're going to be taking a short break before we get on to Game 2. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll see you in a brief moment.
I heard there's a mermaid in this area. Out of 10 Navinians, 11 would tell you that they've heard the mermaid singing. I wouldn't mind hearing it too.
La la la la. La la la la. La la la la la. La la.
This is why A7 are such a great team, and why the Brazilian teams are probably some of the most feared ones, because they have not only the most experience.
But the sustains
Next target.
from the little loop keeps them up and running, keeps them healthy on land. Goes the back line trying to burst someone down. They will bring down a Zero, and Jay is absolutely huge, and huge down, Xiao is for the damage leader to the side. Oh, then RX is able to just get up down.
And now the Vanguard coming through here with the Dragon as well to help them, but Chaos going through Lamb, so it is in true Lamb fashion, doing lots of damage like the assassin that he is, getting it.
Come on! Here's you, the crybaby. This is show you. Pinky swear, we promise. Brothers always stay together. answer. The wild goose leaves in autumn.
But no matter how far it flies, it always returns. Below the Great Wall lies mine.
Welcome back, everybody. Back into the knockout stages we go. This is the Honor of Kings Season 1 Invitational 2024 in Istanbul, Turkey. With myself online, I am Blam, and with me is Zero. How are you feeling going into Game 2?
Game 2 is going to be usually we say, game 1 is the litmus test, but game 2 is going to be as important for both teams, because game 1, that's when your teams just starts getting warmed up, they get their fingers ready, but then game 2 is when you really start to dig deep and play well, because both of these teams, they look very evenly matched. I would say that first game was definitely down just only to draft. I think both of these teams are very close in terms of the skill level and their understanding of the game. So I'm expecting the series to get much more tighter after this.
Yep, and I think, to be honest, they need to kind of disregard the done pick from the from the draft, sorry. They don't need to ban it, they don't need to pick it. I feel like it was such a non-starter within that team comp, and if they're going for the same kind of thing, then maybe get rid of the done or pick up something a little bit earlier that's going to have a little bit more influence within the jungle, because we've seen some great picks on Still prior to this match. So the dome pick is a little bit of a non-starter, like we said in the last match. What it can do is really soak damage towards the end game.
Yeah, definitely. It's I think unless you are playing something like a Dun plus Pei plus Diren sort of aggressive early game lineup, you want to stay away from that jungle, just because it doesn't really provide you much past the 4-minute mark. And if your game isn't secured of a win by then, you really don't want to pick up that hero. It just becomes a liability towards the late game.
Again, Stalwart Esports are definitely on something here with that Guan Yu ban once again, 2 times back-to-back on the side of Stalwart Esports. And again, I'm even going to stop mentioning it at one point. When it gets to the 30th match, I'm going to stop mentioning that the Chow has been banned. And then we look over to the side of NRX and they pick up they ban Jing and Ganmo, but pick up the Frosty Princess herself, the zoning queen, the hero Princess Frost, whilst Zenon is left to pick up his Mai, even though it wasn't banned in the last game.
Yeah, I don't think Zenon's feeling too bad about that. He gets to play his Mai. Ray, once again, will be on that Kaiser, it seems. So, picking up whatever's been working for them so far. And RX still going for that Dun. I'm not sure what they are trying to go for here. They pick up the Mulan, which is typically a mid to late game hero, and when you pair that with a Dun, it feels like they're trying to do too much.
Yeah, it feels like with the pairing of Dun and Mulan, maybe they're trying to sort of switch up the change of direction between the heroes. Like, as we say, Mulan is more of a mid to late game hero, whereas Dun is very much your early game and kind of switches off towards that kind of 6-minute mark, depending on how well you've done in that first 4 minutes. So maybe the transition of power is going to go over to the Mulan. And we've seen Buggy play Mulan quite often, and for some reason, when he plays Mulan, the macro starts clicking in his head a lot easier for some reason, whether it's just because he feels more comfortable on this hero. It's yet to be realized why that is the case, but looking at a few of these bans, they do target Wawa heavily there. They take out the Huanzhang, and they also take out Lu Ban as well. And then over on the side of Stalwart Esports, we get away from Wawa as well. We do get the Sunbin lockdown, and the Dolia gets taken down as well.
Yeah, so for the lineup of Stalwart Esports right now, the D&J will fit perfectly with their tempo. Another marksman that would be great for them is maybe the Arlie, who's not been picked or banned as well. So both of these heroes, in terms of their tempo, in terms of their power spikes, is going to fit perfectly with the rest of the team. Now, NRX, I'm not sure with those two marksman ban what they are trying to go for here.
Yeah, if Stalwart Esports doesn't pick up the DRNG, maybe they will, but there's so much left open in terms of that. So yes, they do highlight it with the DRNG and Jung Fei. So again, another hero that wasn't banned this time around, but last match was. So a lot bigger front line on the side of NRX. Maybe Dun is just going to be used as a scapegoat. So Dun goes in, we then get the Dun peel back as well, but then you've also got the CC immunity and engage of the Mulan, but then you've also got the pushback of the Zhang Fei as well as the engage also. But it seems like Stalwart Esports are picking up the Consort U.
Yeah, Consort U, a hero that we've been talking a lot about, but hasn't been picked up as much as we'd like. This, I think, for this match, this particular lineup, it isn't too bad. You have that physical damage immunity against the D&J, against the Mulan and Dun as well. You are pretty mobile, you can play at a range. They don't have fantastic jump or engage on you. They're not very sticky for the side of NRX, so Wawa should be able to find a lot of space on this Consort U since he already has the Mai, the Kaiser, as well as the Byron to peel for him.
Yeah, and I think with the Don Huang as well, especially with Clue, we should be able to get those long-range stuns landed for Consort U to then pick up the kill, or at least do a lot of damage for, say, for example, either the Mai or the Kaiser to rotate around and maybe even mob up the kill for themselves. It's plenty to be seen here, plenty to be desired on the side of Stalwart Esports. A little bit of a different team comp this time around because we lack any kind of healing, but same goes for NRX. It's very much as soon as you get in there, you've just got a brawl. The only thing that's saving them from the brawl on the side of NRX is the amount of shields that they have.
Yeah, definitely. It is going to be a little interesting to see how both these teams engage in those fights. You've got that hyper-aggressive dive in your, jump in your face part of NRX, who doesn't have much retreat options, while for Stalwart Esports they have the Mai, they have the Consort U that's able to go in and out, and it's going to be positioning is going to be very important for both sides to see who takes these fights.
Positioning is definitely important indeed. We've already got a bit of a clash going up in the clash lane as it is named and branded. It does what it says on the tin. You have a huge clash up there in the clash lane, 1v1 pretty much from the word go. I don't know if Steel got that. No, they didn't know. That's a good thing. Ray got that Sage buff there. That would have been a bit of an upset for Stalwart Esports, and a little bit of a switch up in terms of the pace and aggression from NRX if that was the case. We kind of saw the potential there, but didn't quite follow through. Ray did manage to get the Sage buff.
Yeah, but it was an attempt nonetheless, trying to get things in your favor, which is always great. You're not playing scared, you're playing to win, trying to get every advantage you can to try and win the game. So, great to see NRX isn't phased by the Game 1 loss. And hopefully they can rally and give us a very interesting series, as we do see the Mai as well as Byron trying to invade the jungle. No more blue buff for them to get. Bottom lane is being bullied by Wawa. As you can see, the D&J hasn't been really doing well on his own, taking a lot of poke damage from both Clue as well as Wawa. The rocket is going to connect. He's dropping down very low, not enough to finish him off, but enough to scare him away from the lane. And that is going to make him that much poorer in the bottom lane.
Absolutely, just applying that pressure on the side of the farm lane so for Wawa to try and pick up that kill. We see the Clues just trying to land that stun so he can enable Wawa on the Consort U to get around and get that first blood. But first blood is going to happen nonetheless on the side of Stalwart Esports. Picking up which is picked up by the Byron. I thought it was Ray there that picked that one up, but no, Byron managed to get that first blood on the board, which is going to put him a little bit ahead of Mulan in terms of the economic growth on the side of the Clash lane. So about 300 gold difference so far in the Clash lane alone.
Yeah, he also gets the buffs, which allows him to do a little bit more damage to creeps, makes the early game trades more favorable. So that is going to allow him to play a bit more aggressively for now, and his skill cooldowns are going to be faster, so he can play for a bit more aggressive mid lane. The aggression on Fu though, dropping him down very low. He's trying to go for the kill, but the Princess Frost ultimate will dissuade any more further aggression from the Mai Shiranui, and she will have to rotate somewhere else.
We always see this with Zenon when he picks the Mai hero, is that he's rarely in the lane. He will just, as most people who play Mai, will clear the wave and then rotate somewhere else, whereas what you've got to really contest with in your lane is making sure Princess Frost doesn't lane faster than you, then wipe it down and run your lane down faster than you. So it's making sure you're not too absent within your lane. You've got to make sure you have the right balance there. But we managed to get that ability onto the Dun there. We have Clue, Ray all around that kind of the map, just trying to force Dun into a fight, trying to bait NRX into the next fight so they can pick up another kill. Fu here freezing the lane because he has to separate himself from both Ray and Zenon right now, because both of these heroes within that mid lane right now are very sticky, very in your face when they get close.
Absolutely, and the first map objectives have spawned 3 heroes. 4 heroes from the side of NRX are set up in the bottom lane. They're looking for a kill, and they will get a kill. That will be on the Dong Huang with Clue falling here. That should be a Tyrant being taken here from the side of NRX. Let's see if Stalwart Esports will try and go for the Overlord themselves or try to contest this, because it's dropping down very low. Smite steal? Nope, Botnet will get him with his own smite, so they at least secure that for themselves. Just stanching the bleeding a little bit for now.
Yeah, so we see that the NRX managed to get the Tyrant after a satisfying first blood on the side of Stalwart Esports, but they do call back and get their first kill as well onto Clue, that was sat in the bush and got 4v1'd before the Tyrant came up. So a little bit of maybe a misplay there by Clue, a little bit too safe for being in that bush, thinking he can get away. And that's the only problem with Don Huang, is that once you're in it, you have to kind of commit, because there's no way that you can get out of that interaction, no matter what it is. But still, Boogie and Fu all appear on the Sage Golem. They don't manage to take it, however. There goes a kill for Ray onto Fu. So down goes the Princess Frost. No more zoning for you. No more CC for you. Suppression from Clue gets the kill onto Dun as well. So again, another 2 pickups here for Stalwart Esports. Wawa really trying his best to hold off that 2v1, but we see Zhang Fei go straight to the back and take down the consort. Mai looking to repay some dividends here onto Durenji, gets the kill as well. Bobnet looking for another kill. He is not content with just 1 kill. He wants another, but they do get the turret as well. So a great trade overall for NRX.
Yeah, Wawa almost got the kill on the Durenji before he fell, but his rocket was just inches away. Top lane though, Buggy doing a good job pushing it all the way to the tower and getting it down before anyone from the side of Stalwart Esports is able to react. So Wawa's going to be sitting up in the top lane for a little bit, get his farm up. He is right now at a decent spot in terms of net worth, slightly behind the Durenji. But he still needs 2 more items before he's really very potent in the upcoming team fights.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a weird decision being made there by Mijoj, to be honest, because he was up in the Clash lane where we saw Boogie just take the first tier turret, but he rotated towards the red and then made his way down to the farm lane to stop the minions. But I don't know why he just didn't retreat back up to his lane to try and stop the push there. He just decided to make his way down and get a few minions, but lose his first tier turret in the side lane. So that's 2 side lanes opened up for Stalwart Esports here with very little reasoning, I think.
Yeah, definitely wasn't the cleanest of movement, or probably was not as choreographed as possible. But mid lane, there's going to be a huge engagement. Zhang Fei pops the ultimate, knocks back Ray towards the middle of everybody. The ultimate will not keep him alive for long. 0307 dropping down very low, but Xenon will be the one to fall first. Nihoshon towards the back line will be able to get the kill. Suppress on towards the Dun. Dun will fall this time. Princess Frost ultimate not able to keep them there for long. Niho's still very healthy, wants to take a longer fight, but it will be a 2 versus 3 engagement here, because everyone else from the side of Stalwart Esports is already dead. Ooh, dropping down low, but not enough follow-up to finish off the Mulan as well as Princess Frost, and they will have to be content with taking that 2 for 3 trade-off.
NRX definitely with a bit of a comeback there. They've not only taken the side turrets on the side of Stalwart Esports, they are steadily gaining that gold lead back into their own pockets. Not too far away, and it doesn't seem like a pipe dream currently for NRX. But again, it's just a bit of a mishap, I feel like, with Ray getting forced into the back of everybody where all the damage dealers were. So by the time that he's already back there, he's already been hit by a lot of damage because he took the engage. But then we saw Bobnet play very perfectly, pushing the Kaiser into the back of the team, and then you had the likes of not only Princess Frost, but Renji as well, just doing lots of damage onto the Kaiser. We've just got to make sure that Ray doesn't open up and do more plays like that, because again, looking at this team comp, it's very heavily reliant on Kaiser, and I think that's NRX's way in. But okay, Zenon picking up a kill onto Buggy in the Clash lane, so again, a little bit more trade of objectives here. We could potentially see the Tyrant go over to NRX, and it does. We see the suppression onto the side of Princess Frost. Princess Frost has gone down as well. Clue and Ray looking pretty low. Ray's been left 2v1, but he pops the ult, so he has a lot of sustainability and goes down. Fu still Buggy and 0-3-0 opening up that mid lane that's only been left to Zhang Fei.
Yeah, that was a huge engagement from Stalwart Esports, and they won that fight by bursting the Princess Frost, which removes a lot of your team fight damage and potential coming from the side of NRX. So they lose Clue in the end, but they get 3 in return, which is very worth it from the side of Stalwart Esports. Not to mention also the kill on Mulan by Xenon, though. He did that all by himself.
Absolutely, Zenon really rocking it up there in the Clash lane from the rotation of the mid. But we do see that Mijoj managed to actually get the side lane turret on the side of the farm lane. So all 3 tier 1 turrets are now open on the side of NRX. So that is a little bit of a comeback for Stalwart Esports, taking some serious objectives and looking to take another serious objective here on the Tyrant. We see Mijoj backing up Boogie there. Boogie has been forced to retreat because he's taking too much damage from Byron. Gunn is looking to clear the Enhanced Overlord, the Shadow Overlord, all on his own, but he's just not getting enough damage. I mean, this could get invaded any chance now. This could be bait. This could be bait for Zenon to try and get Zenon out of these team fights earlier on.
Yeah, Wawa is there to help out do damage to the Overlord if they decide to go for that as well. But NRX is grouped up nicely there. Princess Frost catches out the Donghwang. Donghwang might die before he's able to do anything in the team fights, but the Princess Frost ultimate will expire before anything else. So Kaiser, no more ultimate. He has to play a bit more safely. They still have the Tyrant buff to provide a bit more damage, but it might not be enough. Xenon is trying to dive in deep, go for a kill, but looks like he will back off for now. Princess Frost catches up to Miho. Miho will fall under the tower, and Dun will try and go for the ladies, the Consort U. But Consort U will be able to escape there, making it a 2-for-1 trade so far. Stalwart Esports still coming on ahead of that because they will manage to bring down the mid-tier 2 tower as well.
Yeah, so not only on top of a 2-1 trade, they take the second tier turret in the mid lane, and it's looking like Zenon is going to potentially rotate or leave it to the minions to take the second tier turret in the Clash lane. Goes down the second tier turret in the Clash lane. Still up is that Shadow Overlord. It wasn't taken by Still. He still does not deal enough damage and probably won't to 1v1 a Shadow Overlord with effective time anyway. But we saw that Clue went back a little bit to just freeze the farm up in the Clash lane, and still Stalwart Esports was able to come out on that uneven team fight there. So a 2v1 and also a second tier turret, but it's looking a little bit sort of a calm before the storm moment here for Stalwart Esports, but at any moment could be an upset because NRX are definitely playing this match a lot better, and it always seems to be in correspondence with the Mulan pick.
Yeah, I mean, Mulan is one of those heroes that can absolutely carry the game from the Clash lane, and Buggy is definitely trying his best this game. 9.5 thousand net worth. He is the top net worth in the entire game at the moment, but because of the fear of the suppression, because of having to fight through a Kaiser and a Mai, you're going to be very wary when you're trying to do these split pushes, as STE does manage to bring down the Shadow Overlord. You're going to use it to push out as many lanes as possible while NRX is still stuck together.
Yeah, that was a fantastic bait there by Zenon in the mid. For anyone who didn't catch that, Dunn was too preoccupied looking to try and catch out Zenon in that mid lane, which enabled Wawa and Ray to take down very effectively that Shadow Overlord. So again, great team play by Stalwart Esports. They're thinking ahead of the game here. They're thinking of, right, okay, so how can we push 2 objectives at once, or how can we bait out a potential kill for a greater trade here? Suppression onto Boogie. Down goes the driving force, or at least one of the driving force of NRX. Mulan is down. No CC immunity for NRX. Currently, all they have keeping themselves alive is that Zhongbei, is the Dun pick. Down goes a second tier turret. Zenon focusing that high ground turret in the Clash lane as well. Will they get it? It's hard to say, especially when there's 3 of the NRX just trying to defend it from the Shadow Vanguard. Shadow Vanguard is back away down the lane again, looking for a second go at the higher ground turret. All Stalwart Esports are here at the high ground turret within safe distance. Down goes the high ground turret in the Clash lane. Bob dead, taking a lot of damage there from Zenon, but Wawa gets picked off there. So Consort U is down. Suppression onto Still. A lot of damage has already been dealt to Plume because of that suppression, that trade-off in the damage. But here comes 0307 with the comeback there. It is currently a 3-1 trade for NRX. What a clapback in the safe distance of their crystal.
They do still lose the top tier 3 tower, which means more pressure here from the side of Stalwart Esports, but they at least take a fight. They have reached a point where they can start really man-fighting this. The Mulan is almost fully slotted at the moment. Just one more item left to complete everything else. The Diren Jet is pretty farmed as well. Consort U, on the other hand, is also also almost fully slotted. So is the Mai as well as the Byron. It's just the Kaiser suffering a little bit, but he's alright since he's playing as a secondary tank anyways. So NRX will take this opportunity to take the Shadow Tyrant, and that will allow them to have a slight advantage going to the next fight if they decide to fight within the minute.
Yeah, NRX takes the Shadow Tyrant, but I feel like the play for the suppression onto the Dun could have been handled a little bit better there on the start of Stalwart Esports, because if you go for Dun, you've got to sacrifice a lot of Plu's health just to get that Dun down, and it wasn't even a done deal when we got that suppression onto the hero, because the hero was still alive. It was just a 1-3 trade on the side of NRX, which has definitely brought them back into the mix and potentially a win here for a 1-1 victory. But 16 minutes is now on the scoreboard. We have the enhanced Overlord coming back soon. We got a bit of a gank here, but Wawa's having to keep it from a safe distance of Bombned while still trying to melt him down. Still manages to clutch onto Wawa, but Ray is there to be the shining ray of hope onto his farm lane hero. They managed to pick up 3 of NRX. Can they do a TY double kill? Is this going to be an ace? Nice suppression and stun there by Clue. Triple kill for Wawa in the late stages in the game, as we have the minion wave rocking down in the farm lane. Are they going to be able to get to the Nexus? It looks like it's a done deal right now, because it is 19 seconds until any of the enemy team are up and the crystal goes down. Done is done.
Yeah, once again, that Dun pick, I don't know what it really achieved in this game. Didn't really do much. It doesn't really help your team fight that much. The initiation is great, but after using your 3 skills, you're sort of just a walking rock that people are going to ignore anyways, and they're always going for the more important targets. Heroes like your marksman, heroes like the mage. That's what they always go for. But for Dun, you're not really doing much to either protect them or cut towards the backlines of your own. So Stalwart Esports, they lose another life. They have one last life in order to stay in this Season 1 Invitational. And their backs are truly against the wall right now.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of a improvement there on NRX. We could probably put it down to two factors, which to me would be a buggy on the Mulan, and then also picking up the great hero Princess Frost in the mid lane, thanks to the zoning, the lack of healing on the side of Stalwart Esports that really enabled for some really great nuke damage from Princess Frost, aided by the DRNG, which we saw got a double kill. Potentially, again, the fact that they had such a strong front line as well on the side of NRX is the saving grace there. I feel like if it wasn't for one of those three main front lines, the Zhang Fei, the Dun, or the Mulan, I feel like the team fights would have been over a lot quicker than they should have been, because take any of those heroes out of that equation, you've already just you're already missing a huge pool of health in your team.
Yep, absolutely. Stalwart Esports took the lead early on and never dropped it throughout the entire game. They did have certain points in the game where it felt like NRX was able to get a favorable trade, but towards the late game, the network really just created just ended the entire story for the side of NRX, and Stalwart Esports was able to take the game past after the 12-minute mark with relatively ease, I would say.
Yeah, with NRX there being 11-19, there was definitely a bit of an improvement on NRX. But speaking of improvement, Zenon gets the MVP. So last game, I believe, was Ray on the MVP, and then this time around it is Zenon MVP with that 639, the 28% damage, the 40% damage taken, and the 12.3k. So seeing Zenon play on the Mai in a much better light as well, and I think it's really aided by the pick up the Kaiser as well. So Kaiser being able to always come around and help the Mai stay in the team fight, take the flak, and enable Zenon to actually escape out of the other fights. We saw that quite a lot, and you just saw it within that interaction. Even though Kaiser didn't actually get into that 2v1, we saw the rotation predicting going up to the Mai. So a lot of potential there by Mai and Kaiser.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we've talked about, Xenon, no stranger to the Mai, Ray definitely no stranger to this Kaiser and both of these, when you play them together, they are absolutely aggressive. They are always in your face, they're always diving, going for kills, and that really just set the entire tempo of the mid game for the side of Stalwart Esports that NRX wasn't able to hold on to. And we suddenly have IWNRX one life away from losing in this tournament.
Yeah, not quite ending the way I wanted it to. I thought NRX were going to get at least a win on the board. I mean, they still have one chance, but this is their 8-mile moment. If they don't do it now, they never will, and they will be knocked out of the Season 1 Invitational in Turkey, which, again, we are looking to lose potentially 2 of the Turkish representatives today. We've already lost one. They're still showing great sportsmanship within the crowd, but we still are needing a big improvement from NRX. Game 2 was definitely an improvement on Game 1. Can we see that same correlation go through like we saw with Besiktas Esports, where by Game 3, it could have been a steal of a point?
Yeah, but we will only be able to tell once they finish the third game, which will happen after a short break, guys. So don't go anywhere. The Honor of Kings Season 1 Invitational will be right back.
Eastern Region's Chamber of Commerce sale. Take a look.
This one. Or this one. Ow!
You're no good at this.
I've been noticed. Time to fight.
Hey, what are you doing?
It's just you and me. You give that back.
That's a pair for me.
Again?
Your turn.
Come back and fight! It's the kid who stole the ship!
Get him!
He's over there!
Run?
So you're not with them? Ladies first! Hey, wait up!
Where's that bomb I got from Mr. Lupa? Got it! Hey, Nisha, firecracker!
A bomb!
Get them!
Leave them to me!
Get her too!
What a pain! Time to end this!
My senses can feel the suspense. Don't be tense, get out the fence. Strike them down with my body sequence. Let me just take a bite out of all of their tricks. They might put me to the test, but I got finesse. And I feel the opposition, but it won't be for long. Let the story be written, we will rid of the wrongs. How did it get me so feeling better like this? My fate is hanging in the balance of the wind. Trouble's always knocking at my door like a songwriter. And that voice stronger.
Getting away!
You idiots! Get them!
Yes, sir. Nice. Looks like the safest place turns out to be right under your enemy's nose.
Nope, I just got tired of running. The coast is clear now. Let's go. Huh? It's locked.
Ah! I heard there's a mermaid in this area.
Out of 10 Navinians, 11 would tell you that they've heard the mermaid singing.
I wouldn't mind hearing it too.
La la la la. La la la la. La la la la la.
Welcome back, everybody, to the knockout stage of the Season 1 Invitational Honor of Kings in Turkey. It is myself, Vlam, for potentially casting the last match between Stalwart Esports versus NRX. And with me, as always, is Mr. Zero. How's it going?
Yeah, all love to all the players right now on stage who are playing for their tournament live. This is the last chance for them to move on to the semifinals of the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 1. And for one team in particular, IWNRX, this is potentially their last game in the tournament unless they're able to pull a win out of the bag right now, because 2-0 is where Stalwart Esports are currently leading in terms of points, and it will take a lot of re-strategizing from the side of IWNRX to try and even the series out, or even just get the first win on the board for themselves.
Yeah, it's going to be a really weird one to see how they can make this happen, because like I said, pre-break, we were on about that the main driving force for the improvement was definitely the new land pick and obviously securing Princess Frost in the early draft. But if you take any of those frontline heroes off of the equation for NRX, will they perform the same?
Yeah, that begins to be answered once the pick and draft, the ban and draft phase do start. We are going to jump to that in a few moments of time. Just letting these players have one final, preparation with and re-strategizing with each other, because this is potentially, the last game for another Turkish team. It is unfortunate that we may have two Turkish teams eliminated so early in the knockout stages. And, as home ground fans, sometimes that's not what you want to see. But as a Honor of Kings esports fan, may the best team win.
Absolutely, that's what they're all here for at the end of the day, is to win, and losing is not discriminative, because it just happens to be whoever is the best person or best team that you are against. So if we have a little quick look at obviously what tomorrow brings, we can safely say, unless some strange turn of events and they listen back to the cast and hear that Twisted Minds and Major Pride need a hyperbolic time chamber, and they managed to secure it in the day break that we had yesterday, I think we could be seeing at least what chaos coming through for the Turkish representatives going into the semi-finals. But yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what happens within that one, because throughout the entire tournament, because Twisted Minds and Major Pride are both teams that have probably the least experience within the Honor of Kings game itself. We've seen quite a few actually surprising picks come from either their coach that have told them to pick them, or they've actually got an untapped hero pool that we're unaware of. So it's going to be really interesting to see what they tap into for the knockout stages tomorrow. But we are getting into game 3, which could potentially be the last game of the day. And we are still sticking with the Guan Yu ban on the side of Stalwart Esports.
Yeah, I mean, when you ban the same hero 3 times, it definitely has to be some sort of indicator that, IWNRX really prefers the Guan Yu and, cannot play without them, because that's the only reason you ban out this hero. It hasn't really been very popular. It hasn't been very dominant. We've only seen it basically once throughout the entire tournament. So putting this much emphasis that you use your first ban on it is something that we've not seen yet, and maybe this is the result of some scrims or some information that they learned from their opponents, that they're putting so much focus on this Clash Lane hero.
Yeah, you're definitely onto something there. It's definitely a pocket pick of NRX, because like you say, it wouldn't arrive 3 times back to back in the first ban. If it wasn't a pocket pick, they may have left it till later on in the ban draft, but it's always been first. But we are seeing on the side of Stalwart Esports, they pick up the Kaiser and get the Princess Frost again, which is a little bit shaky for NRX, as that Zenin on the Princess Frost was a great factor in that first game to the victory, and also Ray on the Kaiser.
Absolutely, and Stalwart Esports is just going to stick to that no Mai this time, but Princess Frost will provide that little bit more crowd control compared to what the Mai Shiranui can provide. Both mages play a little bit differently. Obviously, one is a more team fight oriented mage, while the Mai Shiranui excels in going for those slashy solo kills, slashy backline cuts that we have seen Xenon do as well. So different clashing styles here from the side of Stalwart Esports, but obviously Xenon has proven that he can do both.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a mixed bag on the side of NRX, a little bit of a mishmash, shake bag, seasoning fries of a draft on the side of NRX here, because we're getting a little bit of a taste from both of Game 1 and Game 2. like with the likes of Byron, but then Zhang Fei, and stealing Mai from Stalwart Esports in Game 2. And then we look over at the bands. So the last two bands on the side of NRX is the Dolia, and it is the little Lute. Interestingly enough, though, we're getting the Musashi and the Butterfly ban on the side of Stalwart Esports. Again, is this a little bit of a glimpse into the future? Did Stalwart Esports manage to get a time machine rather than a hyperbolic time chamber? Potentially.
Yeah, but I mean, Butterfly, we've seen it once in this entire tournament throughout the group stages. It hasn't been very spectacular. I mean, it lost the only game it showed up in, so I'm not sure why is this ban warranted? I'm not sure if, again, like the Guan Yu, is this something that they practice with or against that they felt needed a focus in terms of the bans, but that does take out the jungle pool out a little bit. Only the Lamb out is still available out of the more popular jungle heroes that are available, and NRX might be picking that up for themselves as well.
Yeah, but I think if we examine the Butterfly ban a little bit more, if you look over to NRX and see that they picked up the Mai, that happened in the same time yesterday where they had the Mai and the Butterfly. Not to be a poet, but they do rhyme. The Mai and the Butterfly, like we said yesterday, one of them needs that focus in terms of getting the more kills, getting the go-ahead within the game. So to go for the Mai is a little bit, go for the Butterfly, sorry, is a little bit of a weird one, but it looks like we're going to be seeing...
We're going to see the Kong Ming, exactly.
Kong Ming in the jungle?
Yep, Kong Ming jungle, one of the two positions that you can play the Kong Ming in. Sometimes it is not recommended, seeing that you will have two magic-centric heroes with your mid as well as the jungle. Being mostly magical damage, but this is another one of those heroes that I truly love as well. He is flashy, he has high burst potential, and he can absolutely take over the game if he has a fantastic start.
Yeah, like you say, with the amount of magical damage on the side of NRX, it's going to force the likes of Kaiser and even potentially the Charlotte to build more magic defense. So normally on these team drafts, it's very physical damage orientated, so you can kind of get away with building little magic defense, but now that's kind of going to change the item needs for the likes of the Kaiser. Maybe even we see sometimes with RNG where later on throughout the game they start to build defensive items on the RNG rather than just going complete attack speed or attack damage. And it's probably going to be the same issue for the Charlotte, because we can only surmise from past games that Kong Ming is going to have a heavy rotation to the Clash lane to help Byron go 1v1 with the Charlotte earlier on. So now we get into Game 3, into the Gorge, what could be potentially the last time within Season 1 Invitational for NRX.
Yeah, this is Game 3 of the Best of 5 series, and Stalwart Esports are one win away from moving on to the semifinals. IWNRX is one loss from being eliminated from this, and they will pick up what is maybe just to allow that hero some airtime in this tournament. We don't know, but let's see what Still can do with that Kong Ming jungle.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one, isn't it? So seeing this, that it could be potentially your last game, to bring out a Kong Ming is either very risky or it's going to pay off for NRX. Only time will tell. Time is definitely the defining factor throughout the entire thing. Will this work? Will it not work? We can only really tell by the pace of this match. And with having a notoriously sticky champion, sticky hero like the Kaiser on the side of Stalwart Esports, who is now having to need to build potentially more magic defense items, again, it's going to be a issue or a detriment to NRX.
Yeah, the Succubus
like when you play him.
Yeah, I definitely get it. The Succubus Cloak is going to be tantamount for all of the heroes from the side of NRX. The magical burst from the Kong Ming is nothing to be trifled with, as we do see a rotation towards the top lane. Kongming is useless pre-level 4 in terms of ganks, so this is where we do see him go online. And the Charlotte, if he's not careful, he might just fall here mid lane, a bit of a brawl. But Xenon and Fu, both of them are not level 4 yet, so they're not going to be able to kill each other unless Xenon makes a huge mistake. Ray, bottom lane, does have the ultimate, trying to dive behind the tower, but the Consort U is a tough cookie to crack this early on. Bottom lane, they're diving behind the tier 2 towers, forcing the Charlotte to be out of XP range from the creeps, which is another sort of play that, you know, if you're playing aggressive, you can do.
Yeah, that was a great cut-off there. We haven't seen anything like that from NRX in the entire of this series, so for them to start playing like this is hopefully a bit of a peek into the insight of what we will see potentially coming into another match. But we have Wawa and 030 both trading their hero picks from last game to see who can come out on top on who's better with the Consort U or who's better with the Renji. But Xenon looking for a rotation here down to the bot lane, looking to pay homage compared to what happened in that clash lane when we saw both of the Byron and the Kongming go 1v1 into the second tier turret onto Charlotte, but we forced away thanks to the range and the clear of Consort U.
Yeah, it is very difficult for the side of Stalwart Esports to break down the tower. Really, you have to take a favorable fight before you're able to bring down any towers because of their lineup. You know, you've got the Mai, you've got the Consort U. There's so much poke along with the Kongming, who's able to clean up any kills any players that are low in HP. So that's going to be important. We haven't seen the Kongming move towards the bottom lane. He should be going there now once he gets the red buff. And with that, we're gonna have the first fight, probably 4 versus 4 fight in the bottom lane, where the Kaiser is trying to join as well.
Exactly. NRX Boogie really ramping up that macro and freezing the lanes and mid-turret is why weren't we seeing this in the first 2 games? Because that could have potentially persuaded a game over to NRX already, rather than sitting 2-0 behind and riding everything on this third game. They're either really confident that they're going to get a win in this third game, or they are just trying everything to overthrow Stalwart Esports in every best possible way that they can. But both the Tyrant and the Overlord are up right now. It's be interesting to see how Ray and Mijoj are going to go on this 2v2 up in the Clash lane.
Kongming's pretty low. He doesn't have his lifesteal item up yet, so he's not going to be able to recover in these fights. He definitely needs the Insatiable Tome to be able to stay in these fights. Bottom lane, bottom lane is forced to pop his ultimate to stay alive. They do manage to force the heroes on the side of Stalwart Esports back, but it requires them to report back to base. Ray pops the ultimate, steals the move up away from the Kongming. Absolutely huge steal there. Taking away the cooldown reduction from the Kongming is going to be very important to stall him from reaching his scary mid-game phase.
Yeah, so a very one-sided trade there on the side of Stalwart Esports. They steal the Sage buff from Kongming, which is basically like taking his right arm from him in this case. And then we also see the first tier turret down in the farm lane get taken as well by STE, so neither of those big jungle objectives have been taken off of the table yet. But Byron getting caught out on a 3v1 here, but still actually doing very well. Boogie looking to die, and first blood comes 5 minutes in. 100 kills. The Stalwart Esports being the 4th team on the table with the 100 kills in the Season 1 Invitational.
Funny enough, Buggy almost turned things around and got 2 kills there, but unfortunately 4 was too much for him to deal with. 2 potentially. Xenon dropping down very low, Kongming pops the ultimate, but does not get the refresh because Mijoj did not die. The targeting was a little bit off there from the Kongming. So for those who are unaware, how his ultimate works is that every time he gets a kill with it, it immediately gets refreshed. So the burst potential from this jungle main is absolutely huge. But right now, his Sage Golem buff got stolen. He's not off to a great start, and they are looking to steal it once again. So NRX needs to put some members here to stop this from happening, because once might be something that you missed out, 2 is becoming a pattern, and 3 will be lethal for the side of IWNRX.
Absolutely, and we see that Fu goes in onto Zenin there, but Zenin manages to push back the Mai very nicely there, because that could have been game over for Zenin there, and first kill on the board for NRX, because we already had Zhang Fei and Kong Ming very close by as well. But just a little bit of an insight here for those watching at home: if you manage to invade the enemy jungle and get one of their buffs, you also see the timer as well. So again, also enhancing your tempo in these matches, so you know when that buff comes up, and if you know where your enemy jungler is and they're nowhere near it, it's yours for the taking. And right now, Kong Ming is without a right arm, because that Sage buff means everything to a mage jungle. But Mio gets taken down by 0307 with the help of Bobned, but they do lose the second tier turret in the farm lane.
Yeah, they are trying to get some compensation with the Overlord, with the Tyrant. The damage coming from 0307 is starting to rack up. He managed to basically just auto-attack the Charlotte down to death, so that is a good sign for the side of IWNRX, but they need a little bit more. They need this Kong Ming to start popping off, to start getting kills, because 0-0 and 0 in 8 minutes is not a good sign for a jungler.
Yeah, it's either a slow burst or a calm before the storm. Here we go. Is this the calm before the storm that we were just on about? Zero. Zen taking the kill there onto Ray, so Ray has gone bye-bye. He is now on the cooldown of the death timer as well. Kong Ming is still here, and he has that Sage buff, but also Fu has the Sage buff as well. So Owen over to a hero like Mai is going to be a great asset for that hero.
Yeah, it's crazy good. Lower cooldown on your first kill. You can dive in deeper. You can always play aggressive and know that your skills are off cooldown in another second or so. Still is slowly recovering. He got an assist there. He did complete his jungle item to his maximum tier, and we'll get a kill onto Xenon unless, not enough damage. He doesn't have the Staff of Reverberation yet, so not enough burst damage to bring him down, but still enough to pressure Xenon and force him to recall back to place.
I think that's the difference in how Stalwart Esports have played this like a different gravy, because if that was the case and any other team that were lower in terms of the skill or lower in the knowledge of the Kong Ming pick, they would allow that Kong Ming just to farm up, not even go for that detriment Sage buff that is needed, and he would have already been at another item, maybe going on to a second one. But speaking of items and engages here, Fu is looking pretty low. We see that Kaiser takes him down as Byron takes the Clash Lane first tier turret, so a bit of a trade there. But whether it was worth it, only time will tell by NRX. But it looks like Kaiser's helping himself to another Sage buff by Kong Ming, and he gets it again. So just completely disabling this champion, this hero right now, this Kong Ming pick, has been whittled down to Sage buff or no Sage buff, farm or no farm.
Yeah, this was one of the important points we were talking about, that certain jungle heroes really require these buffs to be able to even work, just because of how mana hungry or cooldown reliant that they are. And this is the 4th Sage buff that was stolen from him. That's what, 4 minutes of basically being used, a non-factor in this team fight. Still, he at least is managing to stay on par in terms of farm, but his team fight potential has basically been non-existent so far.
Absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see if they can actually ever activate this Kong Ming, but fair play to NRX. They do take the first tier turret in the mid lane, which is a big thing for Stalwart Esports. Coach Handsome always says, don't lose that mid lane turret, and they have, but they are currently ahead with only 2 kills and not very far with the gold either. It's only 2k with the gold, so could this mid lane turret opening up be a detriment to Stalwart Esports currently going into the 12th minute?
Could be the start of the comeback here for the side of IWNRX. Still doesn't look very comfortable playing that Kong Ming. He's been a little can't see with the ultimate using it before it's a confirmed kill. So that has caused this ultimate to really go on cooldown multiple times. And it's a pretty long cooldown for such a simple skill. It's a 30-second cooldown if it doesn't get refreshed. So every time you miss it, it's really huge that, you know, when you want to fight as often as you want for the Kongming, if you don't have that ultimate, you really lack the burst potential that hero can really bring up. So maybe he wants to be a little bit more relaxed and ultimate, and we see it once again used prematurely, barely chipping down Ray there, and it is questionable whether, you know, he has really put a lot of hours in this hero or not.
Yeah, it does beg the question whether there has been thought put into this hero pick on the Kongming, but going in onto Zenon there, doing quite a bit of damage, but not enough still to claim a kill for himself. He's still sitting at only 1 assist with only a overall 2 kills on the board for NRX, but the farm lane is looking like a little bit of pressure now for NRX as there is no slow left on these minions. The last wave almost got and did take quite a bit of damage onto the higher ground turret in the farm lane. Down goes the second tier turret in the clash lane. Boogie not looking too hot right now. That damage over time came through from some Vin. We've seen 0-7 come through with Bobnet, with Boo. Can Wawa get run down here? He is still trying his best. Jump on from Jack Fei into the close down from Consort U. We get Mai taking down some Vin as well. They are 2-0 trade. Is this going to get them back into the game for NRX right now?
It certainly gave them the goal they need to just closing the gap in terms of the goals. Still taking a lot of damage from the Princess Ross ultimate. He has to watch out. His ultimate is still off cooldown, using it prematurely once again. He's just really trigger happy with the ultimate so far. Maybe he's afraid that he falls any second now and will not be able to get value out of the ultimate, but he has to hold on to this. It's just been really lackluster without that refreshed ultimate that the Kongming can bring.
Yeah, being starved of the Sage buff. I'd like to just go back like a few minutes before, because we saw where Ray's really conditioned still that they've starved the Sage buff from Kongming, so he was ready and able to give up that Shadow Overlord for the Sage buff because he was just deprived of it like it was oxygen. But we could see here that Kongming may start to turn this around. He's already sat on top of that Sage buff on the side of Stalwart Esports, but giving up the kill to Buggy over there. Wawa and Clue looking to push this clash lane and give a little bit more pressure onto the side of NRX. They are now already down 1 member on the team, and it is Byron, a big hard-hitting hero with a great shield potential and AoE damage going into these fights. That minion wave is going to make it all the way to the higher ground potentially and move the focus now for NRX.
Buggy just played a bit over-aggressive there, stayed a bit too long, and he was just chased down by Wawa, who's doing so much damage on that Diren Jit. But in the grand scheme of things, it was just 30-second timeout for him. He's going to be able to revive without Stalwart Esports really getting any map objective. So all in all, it's just some lost farm time, some lost goal, some lost map pressure, but it isn't going to stop NRX's chances any much.
Yeah, it's going to be looking like it's the same kind of team match length here that we saw in the first game. No, the second game, sorry. So it's going for a lot longer than it did before, but we're already getting a 1-1 trade from Mijoj and Boo. Mob looking like he's in trouble. Wawa getting a lot of shield there from the items, it seems. And Boogie and 0-3-0-7 are looking to run down Ray as well. So it is currently a 2-4 trade. Could NRX be in for a treat here? Kongming is pretty low, but the only thing stopping them from pushing the Crystal and the higher ground turrets now is the lack of priority in these lanes and the death timer on the side of Stalwart Esports.
That entire fight was just 0307 doing his favorite hobby, which is flying in the kites. He just kited 3 heroes and was able to take them down one by one, just playing the superior range that the Consort U can bring. And right now the Consort U is at her maximum stage. The Daybreaker almost complete, just another 500 gold away, and then we'll see the Consort U really just being able to play at a range and really doing the damage, because that last fight was just the consort you just left uncontested, untargeted. The Kaiser as well as the Charlotte was busy fighting someone else, and the consort you just stood in the back lines, dealt all the damage she needed, and allowed NRX to take a 3,000 lead, their biggest lead of the night.
Yeah, I think this could be the turnaround that NRX were waiting for the past 2 games. Really opening that mid lane right open early on seems to be the only thing that's keeping this team going, as well as the consort, you getting all those items. But this was really one of the mechanics that I feel like they were waiting for, is letting that mid lane turret wide open and no longer anything standing between that and the higher ground turret. But we have a 1v1 here, Mijoj going against Boogie, but it's looking like a disengage, a bit of a non-start between those 2 clash lanes. But I feel like if any 1v1 takes place here, it has to come out as positive.
Absolutely. 007 able to make short work of that Shadow Tyrant, and you can see still his damage is starting to rack up. He's fully slaughtered at the moment. He's going to get the Sage buff away from... oh, never mind. Gets stolen by... Oh, no, still got it in the end. But yeah, he turns the tables around. The damage coming in. Crew might fall here, but the ultimate being blocked there by Xenon. Nicely done there to save his teammate, but they will lose 2 tier 3 towers in the middle as well as the bottom. So NRX in a great spot to take their first map win.
Yeah, I think we can pretty much argue here that it may not be the Kung Ming pick that is driving the force here for the victory, but more so the consort U and the way that the macro from Boogie has been really been played since the word go. We've seen him being freezing those lanes of the minions, but is that going to be enough to close down any more of the higher ground turrets on the side of Stalwart Esports? They're holding on to 1. Is Boogie's macro going to be enough to take down all 3 of the higher ground turrets? Because we could potentially be getting to the Tempest, but if they manage to take all the higher ground turrets, I don't think we will get to the Tempest, because it's going to lead to a team fight at the Crystal, and I really feel that NRX have got a chance of getting a win on the board.
Wawa does have the Sage's Sanctuary though, so he does have the second life. He's able to fight back. Silence coming in from Crew, trying to initiate the fight. Ultimate used there by Bob, and they're going to bring down Miho. No, Miho able to survive for the moment. Wawa dropping down very low. He does still have the Sage's Sanctuary. The shields he's getting is insane. They managed to bring down the top tier 3 tower, but at what cost here? Nothing much on both sides. They haven't lost any members, and they're still looking for a fight.
Yeah, I feel like if Stalwart Esports are able to take down 0307 before this next team fight, they could be onto a winner here. But it's all about trying to pick up those high damage heroes within their team comp, because if you keep those alive, you've got Zhang Fei right in the front of your team that just enables you to do whatever you want to do in terms of damage dealt to the enemy team, because we all know Zhang Fei has the shields, has the pushback potential as well to separate that distance between the squishy heroes on the side of NRX compared to the high damaging heroes on the side of Stalwart Esports. But we are going to get to that Tempest Dragon. It is all going to be down to whoever claims his Tempest Dragon, I feel, or whoever comes out on top of this next team fight.
Yeah, we haven't seen Mr. Dragon here for quite some time already. This is the first 20-minute game we've had in a long time. Let's see if it's actually going to be brought down here. Buggy as well as Miho is still going mano a mano in towards the bottom farm lane, but 4 heroes are poised around guarding the Tempest Dragon for the moment, still trying to get a pick off. The ultimate use a bit early as well. He still has that blue buff, so it reduces the cooldown to 25 seconds. But still, it is a long timer without it.
Long timer without it, and Ray's already used his... Oh no, sorry, he didn't proc his ultimate. I thought I saw the animation for it, but Tempest Dragon may go over here too. Oh, Stalwart Esports gets it. The crucial kill theft comes through for Ray, but is it going to be enough for Stalwart Esports? Fu goes in with the Splendor. It's not enough. Fu goes down. It is currently a 1-0 trade here for Stalwart Esports. Zenon is still alive. 0307 is down as well. There is no minions close to the Crystal just yet, but the mid lane on the side of NRX is opening up here. Is this going to be the end for NRX?
So the side of Stalwart Esports is pretty low though, they have to watch out. Still can absolutely destroy somebody if he commits to that. He does not have a second life, but he does have the Splendor to be able to allow him to play very aggressively. Wawa must be careful. He still has his Sage's Sanctuary, but he cannot afford to die now because he is the majority of the power damage on the side of Stalwart Esports. So Silence does come through, buy some time. Two more seconds, meanwhile their base is in trouble. The Vanguards are pushing all the way in. They might be able to bring down in time. All IWNRX needs to do right now is to just stall out the push, make sure they don't lose, and they might be able to win. But looks like the creep wave has been dealt with. Charlotte did go back and clean up the wave. So looks like despite losing 0307 in that fight, they lose the tier 3, they lose all the mid towers, but they still manage to hold on to the game.
Yeah, that was a saving grace from those Tempest Dragon Vanguards there. If it weren't for them, that would have been game over for Stalwart Esports, and it would have been all because of the aggression in that mid lane. It really almost cost them the match, but luckily for them, they managed to get the crucial theft onto the Tempest Dragon. We got a bit of a split push potential here on the side of Stalwart Esports. You got Mijoj all on his own, looking to force that Tempest Dragon and looking to force Boogie out of the whole conversation in the clash lane. It could all pop up here. Something goes onto Mai there, but it's just not enough damage. Zhongfei just at the foot of the front line of the fight there. He is the staple. He is the backbone of NRX currently, but down goes the higher ground turret in the clash lane as well. This is just getting a little bit too close for comfort between either of these teams. It could go either way right now.
Yeah, we can see everybody has their revives right now for the side of Stalwart Esports. They know they need that second win to take the fight. Ooh, almost a cancelled recall from the side of 0307, but unable to stop the Charlotte from TPing back to base in time. So 2 tier 3 towers to 3. The map pressure is more or less alleviated right now from the side of Stalwart Esports. Things are pretty evened out, and we might be able to see the second Tempest Dragon in this game as well.
And I think that's a first for the Season 1 Invitational. Getting 2 Tempest Dragons in one match has definitely not been seen before. And the fact that 2 of NRX have got Splendor as well, they are really looking to drag out this next team fight. Still looking pretty slow. Hong Ming goes down. We have been taken down. Hong Ming goes down already. It is still going to be a 4-5 team fight if it ever does take place. Consort Hughes having to just defend that mid lane whilst Zhongfei and Mai are at the back of the Tempest Dragon, whilst Boogie is looking to try and salvage some sort of push there in the clash lane, whilst we have Charlotte preoccupied in the farm lane as well.
Yeah, this isn't a really fast takedown. Wawa dropping down low. Wawa will fall, Fu will fall, but they will lose Wawa for that. So that is not great. Xenon dropping down very low. They do manage to secure it in time, but looks like 0307, he's in trouble. He's gonna fall, and that's gonna be a kill from Ray on 0307. Botnet is not long for this world as well, while Byron is trying desperately to save the game for the moment, but Charlotte is already there waiting for him, and Buggy knows that his gig is up.
Yeah, Byron right now has definitely got a tough gig ahead of him. He is trying to just macro the hell out of this victory. We have minion waves already out there. Can Boogie be the one to finish it? He's trying to finish the crystal. He's trying. He's got the Sage Sanctuary as well. Is it going to be enough? No, the Vanguards are there. He cannot do enough damage. Hong Ming is trying to run down that mid lane. He's trying to do enough damage here. Bless his cotton socks. Boogie does try all efforts to claim onto a victory for NRX, but I feel like with Boogie gone, Bobnet's still down for 9 seconds. This is going to be really hard, but one of these teams need to finish this match now, or it's going to go on for another 5 minutes.
Yeah, 20 seconds left in the Tempest Dragon buff, so NRX does have 4 out of 5 members already alive. They should be able to hold on for a couple of more minutes, get the Sage Golem buff once again on the Kongming, and try and take a favorable fight, because they've lost the last 2 fights, and that has caused them to lose all map control. this is becoming very antsy. Buggy does complete his Siege Breaker, so that's going to allow him to do a bit more damage. Still caught out in a bad spot. If he gets Silence there, he might be in trouble. The Silence comes in, hits on towards 2, but is it going to be enough? Charlotte bringing the creep wave up towards the top lane. They're going to try and end the game right now, but Buggy is back. It's going to be a 5 vs 5. Botman has his ultimate. Buggy in a little bit of danger, but nothing that he can fight back. Oh, he brings Xenon brought down there by Steel. Finally, they get the kill. And Wawa dropping down very low as well. They lose all the shields. Ray trying to fight back, pops the ultimate. He's able to survive for the moment. Who does forward? Look at the bad lines. Buggy's absolutely destroying an Oshio 7. Will get a kill, but will fall. The Tempest Vanguard is trying to disrupt and bring down the Crystal. Ray is here to fight back. The damage coming in from the Convict is starting to stack up. Dropping down very low. Miho as well as Ray. No more ultimate left. I mean, he does have the Resurrection, but is it too little too late here? Ray dropping down very low. No more ultimate from the Steel. And Miho's barely surviving from this all. Looks like they will manage to hold on. We are going for 30 minutes left.
Yeah, this is definitely the longest match we had in the group stages where people were just trying to finish, teams were trying to finish really early. But unfortunately here for NRX, they're going to have to try and stop this minion wave from actually assaulting the Crystal. But the minions do it. Oh, the minions are potentially going to win here. But no, Boogie and Bumpnet have stopped the efforts. But it's definitely put a huge pressure onto NRX because that Crystal is battered.
That was way too close for comfort. Imagine defending for 27 minutes, then losing because the creeps are too strong right now. I mean, that is the state of the game. The creeps are super strong. The game is not designed to go for 30 minutes. Somebody has to win, and it is anybody's game at this point. You can be down 10,000, 20,000 gold, but all it takes is one macro mistake for you to lose the game.
Absolutely, and if they give over this Tempest Dragon to NRX, I feel like this would be the detriment of the game and the cause of the loss here for Stalwart Esports. But they are definitely trying their best. Kongming looking to try and keep those minions pushed in the farm lane, whilst we've got Mijoj and Boogie looking to go head to head. We've got the minions in the mid lane. We really can't allow those minions to get that Crystal. Bopnet is trying to stop everything, as well as Boo also. But that just drags them away from the Tempest Dragon fight. It could potentially go over here for Stalwart Esports, and it is again, but that could have been a beautiful steal on the side of NRX. Just a little bit too slow, thanks to the pressure of those minions.
That was just so close. The Tempest Dragon stunned up 4 heroes at the same time, so that was definitely too close for comfort, but the creep waves have already been pushed out. We might see NRX go for a Hail Mary player towards the mid lane and try to just go 5-on-5 and the Crystal right there, since their Crystal has regen to a relatively safe position. But the dragons do come out. That's going to create a lot of pressure. Still in some trouble. He might fall here. The stun coming from the Demon Jet, and Wawa is going to bring down Steel.
Yep, Still is down. He is down for 50 seconds. That is huge in honor of Kings, because these games don't normally go past your 12, 13, 15 minutes, but we are about to go double time on this last game that could potentially be the swan song for NRX, and it is currently looking like it. Boogie is almost being put to bed by Mijoj. We've got Wawa, we've got Ray, we've got Clue, all at the Crystal with the Tempest Dragon Vanguards, and it is going to go down. It didn't go down without a fight, but NRX are out of the competition.
What a end to the series, what an end to the game. Stalwart Esports managing to survive that very tough mid-game phase, make it to the late game, almost losing the game themselves, but managing to show that championship mentality, which is never give up until your Crystal is down. They managed to win that 30-minute derby and move on to the semifinals.
Absolutely. The only thing I can imagine being in NRX's head right now is the never back down, never what meme, literally, because it just went on for double the time that these matches are designed to. So it really showed that we were correct in our surmising of these teams being very equal, even though they took a 3-0 beating. When it comes to the facing the music, they can try and hold on with every breath they've got, and they really did, because we got into that 30 minutes, which we haven't done yet in the Season 1 Invitational. And it just means that there's a little bit of work to be done on the side of Stalwart Esports in finishing these games quicker, but it also means that it's a big farewell to NRX and their amazing ability to hold on and defend for their lives.
Absolutely, what a close game. I counted my chickens before they hatched. I thought it was going to a game 4, but Stalwart Esports and their perseverance towards the end really stood out for me. They managed to hold on to what seemed to be an impossible game to come back, and they managed to clinch out the series with a clean 3-0 score, but it was hard fought towards the end, because IWNRX definitely gave them a run for their money.
Absolutely. I mean, it's either a sign of the times that we get to see that rematch from group stages where Alpha 7 took a clear 2-0 win from Stalwart Esports, even though it was looking a bit shaky in that game too. If it still goes to that 2-0, Stalwart Esports now in the semi-finals gets to have that extra round that they could potentially do something. And because it's been so the picks have been so consistent within just the knockout stages, they haven't actually revealed anything of their pocket picks, if they have any. If they have any, they are holding on to them like their cards are held tight to their chest in a game of Texas Hold'em. They are keeping it close to their heart if that is the case, and if it is, fair play to them. They have managed to drag it out to 3 Tempest Dragons, and Ray gets the MVP this time around.
Absolutely, he just took so much damage for the team, always on the front line, almost never dying, created so much pressure on this Kaiser. And 8-4 in a 30-minute game where half the game you are behind, that's definitely a fantastic scoreline here for Ray. And this Kaiser is definitely something that you want to look to take away from his hands, either picking it first or banning it out, but you do not want to let him have his hands on this Kaiser.
No, yeah, it was definitely the detrimental pick on the side of Stalwart Esports, especially as we got to that late game, because if they had no solid backbone like the Kaiser hero pick within that team comp, the game could have been over 20 minutes prior to that, because they really allowed that mid lane to open up very early on, which was almost the downfall of Stalwart Esports, because that fell, because the whole mid lane fell, the sides fell as well, kind of just like a bridge. As soon as that middle part falls within the bridge, the apex of the standing of the bridge, as soon as that falls in the middle, the sides fall as well, and we really saw that. But the fact that Stalwart Esports was able to come back from such a shaky, almost non-existent bridge, metaphorical, non-existent bridge, they came back with 3 Tempest Dragons and 1 after 30 minutes.
Yeah, and Ray definitely, in these highlights, all you see is just Ray popping off, getting the steal onto the Tempest Dragon, being crucial in these kills, and definitely, well-deserved MVP here for Ray, and well-deserved to Stalwart Esports for winning this series and moving on to the semifinals.
Absolutely. I don't know who's sweating more, me or you, or the players on stage, because that was so close. I was honestly like, I've run out of both of my drinks. I had a full coffee, I had a full water. They are both gone within that 30 minutes from me shouting, from you shouting, from the 3 Tempest Dragons that spawned. It has been an absolutely crazy way to finish off the day 1 of the knockout stages, and we have our first 2 semi-finalists that get to have a day break now, which is well deserved for both of these teams going into the semi-finals. So well played to Stalwart Esports for taking a not a solid 3-0 from like the likes of Alpha 7, but a 3-0 nonetheless.
Absolutely. I mean, that was probably the highlight of the night for me. I mean, that game 3 definitely showcased how important the late game situation is, especially if your heroes needed to scale, you have to buy your items a little bit differently. Something that was missing from the side of IWNRX was switching to those late game items. You could see the Consort U still holding on to one of his early game items, which is at that point in the game very irrelevant because of the effects has just dropped off. And all of this you do learn with experience, and I'm pretty sure after this tournament IWNRX will come back stronger from all the learnings they have in this tournament.
Absolutely, and I think that's probably one of the biggest takeaways for any of the teams that are out for today. Is this isn't the end overall, it's just the end for now. It's not goodbye, it's just goodbye for now. And to be honest, we've gotten quite attached to all these teams within the group stages because they're kind of like the little chickens towards the beginning of it, and now they've been raised up into hens or cockerels or whatever the male ones are called. I forgot because I'm so hyped after that last game, because like you say correctly, that there couldn't have been any way better to finish off the knockout stages of day one after just being able to witness the pure intensity of the end game of Honor of Kings.
Yeah, I mean, tomorrow we're gonna have some great games as well. Unfortunately, we do have Foot Chaos, the last sole representative of the host country, going up against Twisted Minds, and we have Vivo Keat Stars going up against Major Pride as our two best of fives for tomorrow. So the quarterfinals of the Honor of Kings Season 1 Invitational will end tomorrow. But once again, congratulations to Alpha 7 Esports and Stalwart Esports for moving on to the semifinals, where they will face each other. And I'm not sure who's happier about that matchup, you know, Alpha 7 or Stalwart Esports. But we'll be hearing from the winners of the series very shortly. This is Stalwart Esports on stage.
Evet, herkese merhabalar. Günün ikinci serisini de sonlandırdık. ST'yi 3-0'lık güzel bir galibiyetle günü sonlandırdı ve son maçta oldukça uzun sürdü. Şimdi takımın hem ormancısıyla hem de koçuyla güzel bir röportaj gerçekleştireceğiz. İlk sorumuz da Ormancı R'ye olacak. Son maçta bu uzayan 3. mücadelede Buggy artık son bir çare rakibin, yani ST'nin üstünün içine sıçrayıp kristali düşürmeye çalışmıştı. O anda takım neler hissetti, neler konuştu, onu soracağım kendisine. First of all, welcome and congratulations. You went through an incredible match and it was a really long game. So I want to ask you some questions about it. The first question is about the last game. In the last game, Buggy flashed into your base out of desperation and almost killed your crystal. So how did you communicate? How did you feel as a team in that moment?
I think the moment we realized there was still a wave in mid lane, our first goal was just focus on the wave and ignore the enemy Byron. Just focus on the wave. We clear the wave and then we're still in the game.
İlk olarak orta koridorda hala bir minyon dalgasının olduğunu fark ettik. Yani direkt olarak oyuncuyu, yani Buggy'yi düşünmeyip onu görmezden gelip sonrasında minyon dalgasına odaklanmaya karar verdik. Minyon dalgasını düşürdükten sonra zaten işimiz kolaylaştı dedi. İkinci soruda kendi performansıyla ilgili. 10 üzerinden kendi performansını değerlendirmesini ve kendi oyunuyla ilgili neler düşündüğünü bir soracağız. So, out of 10, how would you rate your own performance in this series and why?
I would say a 7, maybe. I could do a little better. I didn't have the best performance I could have so far, but it wasn't so bad. So I would say 7 maybe.
Ya 10 üzerinden 7 veriyorum kendime dedi. Hani en iyi performans değildi, geliştirebileceğim bazı şeyler vardı ama fena da oynamadım. 7 puan iyidir bence dedi. Ve sonraki sorularımız Koç Shishua'ya karşı. Önce onu tabii ki tebrik edeceğiz ve sonrasında takımının 100 skor almayı başarmasıyla ilgili bir soru yönelteceğiz. Takım arkadaşlarına, takımındaki oyunculara neler söylemek ister onu öğrenelim. Congratulations on this victory and also achieving 100 kills as a team. After this performance, lovely performance, what would you like to say to your teammates, to your players?
首先，恭喜你们队伍这次赢下了这次比赛，同时你们也拿下了100杀的成就。那么，你有什么想对 SD 的队员说的呢？
希望能够保持今天的状态，然后以后争取拿到更多的这种击杀的记录。
I hope that we can keep our performance today and we will achieve more records, kill records in the future.
Ya bu performansımıza, bugünkü güzel performansımıza devam etmek istiyoruz ve daha nice rekorlar kırmak istiyoruz dedi. Ve son sorumuza geçelim. Bir sonraki maçları A7'a, Alpha 7'a karşı ve onlar da henüz hiç maç kaybetmedi. Kendilerini onlara karşı yani nedenli şanslı görüyorlar, o maçı nasıl değerlendiriyorlar hemen öğrenelim. So next match, it will be against Alpha 7 which is a really strong team who hasn't lost a single match. So how confident is the team feeling? How confident are you feeling going into that matchup?
下一场比赛你们将面临一场未败的 A7 队伍，那么你有什么想对他们说的吗？
A7 这个队非常的强，然后我们在训练赛也遇见过特别多次嘛，然后我们训练赛是没有赢过他们，但是我们下一场比赛一定会尽我们的努力去争取的。
Alpha 7 is a very strong and respectful team, and we met them many times in a training match. Although we didn't win them in the training match, we will try our best and win the next game.
Alpha 7 gerçekten de çok güçlü, çok kuvvetli bir ekip. Daha önce de onlarla karşılaşmıştık ama kazanmayı başaramamıştık. Bir sonraki mücadelemizde kendimizi toparlayıp kendi performansımıza odaklanıp onları yenmek istiyoruz, yenmeyi düşünüyoruz dediler. Thank you for this interview and congratulations on your victory. You really deserve a rest after that performance. It was an incredible performance. Röportajımızı da sonlandırdık. Teşekkürlerimizi ilettik. Sizlere de bize katıldığınız için teşekkür ederiz diyelim ve sözü sunuculara paslayalım tekrar.
Welcome back, everybody, after that winner's interview with Stalwart Esports. And it was a great interview from what we saw there. And in terms of their foresight to the games with Alpha 7, they said they still are yet to win a match from them. So it's going to be really interesting to see how it actually pans out. Will we actually get a 4-3 0, or will we get a best of 5 in its entirety? I can only hope so. I can only hope that Coach Handsome is holding some of those pocket picks close to his heart. How are you feeling after that interview anyway, Zero?
Yeah, they definitely fear their next opponents. I mean, they are Alpha 7. I mean, everybody should be fearing them at the moment. But it's great to see that they haven't given up hope. I mean, Shishui definitely will have something prepared for them. Whether how effective it will be a different story altogether. But still, congratulations to both Alpha 7 and Stalwart Esports for moving on to the semifinals where they will be facing up against each other on the 9th of March. While for tomorrow, we have Foot Chaos going up against Twisted Minds and Vivo Keystars against Major Pride as the last two games for the quarterfinals of the knockout stage.
Absolutely. I mean, looking at that though, so A7 and Stalwart Esports have it actually a little bit easier because as soon as the 4 teams play tomorrow, they've got to go straight back into it the day after. Whereas Alpha 7 and Stalwart Esports just get to have a little bit of a break, have a bit of a breather, and learn what they're going to do and take into the semi-finals. So I feel like, yes, even though they've had to put on such a show to open up the knockout stage, they now get to have a bit of a well-deserved break, but also not too laid back that they completely forget that it is a semi-finals. But any closing words from yourself, Zero?
Just going to be very excited for the matches tomorrow. I hope you guys at home are excited as well, because tomorrow we will find out who will be the next 2 teams to move on to the semi-finals.
Absolutely. So quarterfinals is the last part of tomorrow, and then on to the semifinals in the 9th of March. So thank you once again, everybody, for those online and at the event. Have a great evening, and we'll see you guys tomorrow again at the same time. Take it easy.